Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start. Take your seats. For the opening ceremony of our forum, please welcome the President of the Association Global Energy, Mr. Sergey Brylov. Please welcome.
У нас сейчас начнется трансляция, но сначала одно важное техническое отступление. Это будет мероприятие, где мы будем без конца прыгать с одного языка на другой. С русского на английский и так далее. Поэтому те из вас, кто вдруг еще не владеет обоими, пожалуйста, наденьте вот уже сразу сейчас перевод. A little technical announcement for everyone. We will be jumping from one language to another. Those of you who do not speak both Russian and English, I strongly recommend, I strongly suggest that you actually put on the earphones now. Right? Everyone set? Good. Okay, good morning everyone, and welcome to the Nuclear E-something week. It could be energy, it could be education, it could be empowerment. Those of you who are entering the building now could have appreciated the parking lot, which has got a very healthy mixture of number plates. We've got diplomatic number plates, the red ones, and we've got Russian number plates with the series 40. 40 stands for the region here, the Kaluga region. The city of Obnинск, the old heritage of the nuclear science and enlightenment, and the new Obnинск being our conference. So welcome to this new Obnинсk conference, something which could be a very interesting and intriguing word start of something very new. I will now invite to the stage the Director General of the State Corporation, Mr. Likhach, whom will be speaking. But before that, a short video presentation about what I've mentioned just now.
Industrie atomique.
Атомная промышленность.
Atomic industry.
Atoms everywhere. An industry with an immense role in creating our shared, sustainable future for all. It's incredible that we hold the key to the most vital challenges on the Earth and for all humanity. The response to global warming and pollution of our own planet is nuclear. Our planet needs to breathe. H2O is the fundament of life. The senseless pollution of the oceans threatens disaster for all humanity. Nuclear technologies help us provide clean water to towns and cities, allowing people to make their dreams come true, ensuring their lives fulfilled, healthy and happy. Nuclear science allows us to do all of this and more, while resolving humanity's most pressing challenges. Since its inception, the nuclear industry has been inextricably linked to extremely high levels of education, which continues to grow. We are united by a shared responsibility and belief in common goals. Today, we have the last word. For the first time, we've come together to discuss how nuclear education can become a fundament for a sustainable tomorrow. To discuss our shared future and the lessons learned to preserve the planet for future generations. We all represent different countries and continents and speak scientific facts and respect. This is the beginning of an honest conversation about the future.
Сейчас я приглашаю на эту сцену, сразу к сцене Алексея Евгеньевича Лихачева, генерального директора госкорпорации «Росатом», у которого для нас есть несколько важных сообщений. Алексей Евгеньевич, вот туда, да, ладно?
Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья, гости, позвольте мне огласить приветствие председателя правительства Российской Федерации. Участникам и организаторам Международного молодежного ядерного форума. Уважаемые друзья, приветствую вас на Международном молодежном ядерном форуме. Именно на площадке наукограда Обнинск 70 лет назад была построена первая в мире атомная электростанция. А сегодня здесь создано уникальное образовательное и исследовательское пространство, современная производственная инфраструктура. Достижениями и результатами атомной промышленности гордится вся страна. Самые передовые ядерные технологии успешно применяются в различных областях, открывают новые научные горизонты и позволяют внедрять прорывные решения в гражданский сектор, в медицину, энергетику, транспорт, обеспечивают электроэнергией города и предприятия. В 2022 году президент Российской Федерации объявил десятилетие науки и технологий, подчеркнув, насколько важно участие молодежи в развитии этой сферы. Ярким примером тому присутствующие здесь талантливые, инициативные молодые ученые, аспиранты, студенты из более чем 70 стран мира. Вы обладаете творческой смелостью, умением нестандартно мыслить, ломать стереотипы, стремлением производить что-то новое. Будущее мировой атомной промышленности во многом зависит от каждого из вас. В настоящее время при поддержке главы государства идет активная работа по созданию международного научно-образовательного центра атомных и смежных технологий. Уверен, что центр станет ведущим кластером, точкой притяжения для одаренной молодежи со всего мира. Поможет осуществлять подготовку специалистов высокого класса, востребованных в отраслях экономики и корпорациях. Позволит обеспечить технологический суверенитет России в области новых научных ядерных разработок. Дорогие друзья, желаю вам интересного общения, удачи и всего наилучшего. Председатель правительства Российской Федерации Михаил Мишустин.
Я хочу сказать, что сразу видно, в каком мы продвинутом месте, потому что вот во всем этом зале, естественно, люди вскинули сейчас мобильные телефоны. Только двое держат вертикально, что делать категорически нельзя. А остальные держат горизонтально и правильно снимают. Вот сразу видно, что не просто так город. У нас на связи как раз-таки губернатор региона хозяйки, 40-го региона Калужской области, Владислав Шапша. Владислав Валерьевич, слышите нас?
Добрый день.
Доброе утро. С прошедшим днем рождения.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Добрый день. Добрый день, уважаемый Алексей Евгеньевич, дорогие друзья. Я очень рад вас видеть в Обнинске. Нахожусь в Калуге. Был бы рад быть рядом с вами, но сейчас у нас буквально в течение часа ближайшего будет открытие первого федерального технопарка рабочих профессий. На связи будет президент Российской Федерации, поэтому я здесь, на этом мероприятии. Но я рад вас видеть в Обнинске, и этот город был построен для решения больших задач. Город первый в мире атомной электростанции, родина мирного атома. И в Обнинске сегодня ведутся научные исследования в атомной энергетике, в ядерной физике, в радиохимии, метеорологии. С Обнинска началась ядерная медицина. И за вклад в развитие науки первым в России Обнинск получил статус наукограда. Обнинск давно и тесно связан с Росатомом. У нас много общих проектов в науке, промышленности, в медицине. Сейчас в Обнинске строится, к примеру, крупнейший в Европе завод по производству радиофармпрепаратов. Они будут поставляться не только в российские клиники, но и экспортироваться в другие страны. Обнинский центр медицинской радиологии оказывает самую современную онкологическую помощь, и некоторым методикам нет аналога в мире. И, конечно, каждый год здесь спасают и продлевают жизни тысячи и тысячам людей. Мы сотрудничаем в сфере образования. В школах города сегодня открыто несколько специализированных инженерных классов. Школьники имеют возможность знакомиться с современными технологиями, работать над инженерными проектами. В Обнинске активно готовят кадры для реализации проектов в атомной сфере. Например, Институт атомной энергетики МИФИ готовит классных специалистов, на которых есть большая потребность на предприятиях Росатома. И на этой неделе институту, кстати, исполнится 70 лет. В технической академии Росатома проходит обучение персонала из стран-партнеров Росатома, тех, которые используют российские ядерные технологии. Спрос на образование по специальностям, связанным с этой сферой, стремительно растет. Так, сегодня в АТ НИЯ МИФИ учатся свыше 500 студентов из почти 70 стран мира. Возможности атомного образования не исчерпываются задачами энергетики. Мы говорим о широком использовании в смежных направлениях, в ядерной медицине, в сельском хозяйстве, в радиационной безопасности, в исследовании космоса и многих других. Учитывая значительный потенциал Обнинска, и я здесь признателен Алексею Евгеньевичу Лихачеву, родилась идея создания кластера международного ядерного образования. Президент поддержал эту инициативу, и сейчас вот в послании в приветствии премьер-министра нашей страны это тоже нашло отражение. Это значимый, очень значимый для Обнинска, для Калужской области, для всей страны проект. Символично, что путь к созданию центра мы начинаем с форума, молодежного форума, посвященного ядерному образованию. Я уверен, что он будет способствовать укреплению международного диалога, обмену опытом, началу новых проектов, вовлечению молодежи в образовательные и социальные проекты. На эту встречу собрались молодые, амбициозные, талантливые люди, которые хотят менять мир к лучшему, убежден, что у нас и у вас есть все необходимое для того, чтобы добиться успехов. Я благодарю организаторов форума за то, что выбрали Обнинск местом проведения мероприятия, а всем участникам форума желаю плодотворных и содержательных дискуссий.
Огромное... Так.
Пропал? Или еще слышит нас Шапша?
Слышу, Алексей Евгеньевич.
Я прошу картинку все-таки вернуть операторов. Господин губернатор, огромное спасибо вам за добрые слова. И у нас к вам вопрос. Мы обязательно будем менять жизнь к лучшему, но без вас мы не сможем изменить пространство Обнинска и окрестностей. Вы местный, вы мэр, вы тут знаете все, как свои 5 пальцев. У вас будут предложения, как нам превратить это место присутствия атомной энергетики исторической действительно в молодежную столицу, в столицу знаний, молодости и развития?
Без всякого сомнения, не только предложения, мы это делаем уже сегодня. Посмотрите, как Обнинск меняется его начинка, его инфраструктура, как хорошеет город, ну, буквально на глазах. Да? Я могу приводить какие-то детали, ну, например, развитие транспорта, немаловажная составляющая нашей жизни. И, конечно, мы делаем все для того, чтобы те люди, которые приезжают, будут приезжать в город Обнинск, чувствовали себя комфортно и чувствовали себя не в каком-то отдаленном провинциальном городе, а практически в столице.
Спасибо большое. Сейчас давайте потихонечку будем налаживать связь с нашим следующим собеседником. Мы перенесем сейчас в Федеральное министерство науки, образования. И Валерий Николаевич, я думаю, что сейчас будет с нами на связи. Как только мы увидим, мы к нему обратимся. Валерий Николаевич, слышите нас или еще нет? Ну, Москва далеко, Обнинск близко, поэтому с Москвой наладится связь.
А я думаю, что он не в Москве.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Слышно, видно меня?
Да, отлично. Слово.
Дорогие друзья, приветствую вас на первом международном молодежном форуме, ядерном форуме. Сегодня здесь все не случайно. Город, площадка проведения мероприятия и его тема. Обнинск, как уже отмечалось, это первый наукоград в России, один из ведущих научно-технологических центров страны. Он объединяет исследовательские институты самого разного профиля – физического, химического, медицинского, и вместе с тем является городом мирного атома. Символично и то, что вы собрались в Технической академии Росатома, где готовят высококлассных специалистов для атомных электростанций по всему миру. Молодежь, и об этом тоже сегодня справедливо было сказано, важнейшая движущая сила Обнинска. В городе находится один из сильнейших филиалов нашего выдающегося университета, Национального исследовательского ядерного университета МИФИ, в котором учатся яркие, талантливые, активные молодые люди. Вам предстоит строить будущее. Именно вы в течение нескольких дней форума будете обсуждать, каким должно быть современное образование. Лучшие идеи мы поддержим и с удовольствием поможем реализовать. Уверен, что самой яркой темой для дискуссии станет создание Международного научно-образовательного центра атомных и смежных технологий, рабочее название Обнинск Тех. Создание передового эталонного центра – это поистине историческое событие для нашей страны, да и в каком-то смысле для мира в целом. А значит, все собравшиеся здесь свидетели, возможно, создатели истории. Хочу отметить большую работу, которая уже проделана. С начала этого года госкорпорация «Росатом» и Национальный исследовательский ядерный университет МИФИ при участии правительства региона, главы региона, администрации города, Курчатовского института провели ряд стратегических сессий по разработке концепции проекта «Обнинск-Тех». Мы тоже принимали в этом участие, и хочу сказать, что принципиально поддерживаем идею, готовы включаться в обсуждение, поскольку любая идея требует развития, ну и постоянного совершенствования, работы с тем, чтобы эту идею еще воплощать в жизнь. Сегодня на площадке форума состоится обсуждение с участием молодежи из разных стран. Каким должен быть центр в плане инфраструктуры и организации работы? Решать вам, дорогие друзья. Ждем ваше своего рода техническое задание и дорожную карту от программного молодежного комитета. Убежден, что благодаря объединению усилий через несколько лет Обнинск будет не только крупным научно-технологическим центром в масштабах нашей страны, он станет международной столицей ядерно-технического образования, точкой притяжения талантливой молодежи со всего мира и местом, где создаются новые партнерства в области атомной энергетики. Желаю вам плодотворной работы и новых идей, которые обязательно воплотятся. Спасибо большое.
Алексей Евгеньевич.
Да, Валерий Николаевич, слышите нас?
Да, Алексей Евгеньевич.
Это Лихачев, да. Во-первых, огромное вам спасибо за добрые слова и за многолетнюю поддержку наших инициатив, наших начинаний. Я сначала расстроился, узнав, что совпадает наше мероприятие с огромным национальным событием, Госсоветом по подготовке кадров, который проводит президент Российской Федерации, а с другой стороны увидел в этом особый знак, что мы вот как бы не планируя, не подгоняя даты, но вот именно в сегодняшний день решили собраться здесь. Вы в Новгороде, который великий. И я просто очень вас прошу при формировании дальнейшей программы развития образования в стране, научных исследований, уже сейчас, может быть, немножко авансом нас включить в эти планы. Нам очень хочется быть в передовых рядах советской молодежи, как говорили в свои времена, значит, вносить свой вклад в развитие и международного сотрудничества в сфере подготовки кадров, и образовательных программ. А самое главное, вот в том пространстве знаний, которое является непосредственно предметом вашей работы как министра.
Договорились, Алексей Евгеньевич, уважаемые друзья. Госкорпорация «Росатом», Калужская область, Обнинск, Курчатовский институт, ну и уж тем более МИФИ являются нашими добрыми стратегическими партнерами, с которыми мы реализовали не один значимый проект. Я уверен, что вот новое доброе начинание, символично, что именно в этот день, как вы знаете, сегодня много таких значимых символических дат, за пределами, собственно, сферы образования и науки. И мне кажется, что это абсолютно правильно, что старт этому большому проекту дается сегодня в Обнинске именно в этот день. Поддержим, будем участвовать, помогать и реализовывать. Благодарю вас.
Спасибо. Вы будете молибденом 99, я йодом 131, но у любого изотопа есть тоже история с полураспадом. Если останемся стоять, упадем. Садитесь, Алексей Евгеньевич, а я пока приглашу остальных. Значит, вот ваши центральные, да, здесь немножко. Вот это. Нет, наоборот, вот туда. Вы центр, вы стержень. Значит, я заранее проанонсирую, что у нас кое-кто еще будет онлайн. Но сейчас хочу пригласить на сцену Михаила Чудакова, заместитель директора, руководителя департамента ядерной энергии МАГАТЭ. Пожалуйста. Сюда, да? Дальше у нас будет еще Сама Бильбао Леон, но это будет онлайн. Ортенсия Хименес Ривера. Аликан Чевчи, глава Ассоциации атомной промышленности Турции. Günaydın. Джойс Мендес, советник Генсека ООН по вопросам изменения климата. Владимир Шевченко, ректор университета МИФИ. Так, на сцене у нас все, поэтому давайте присаживаться, а потом уже будем соединяться. Я, с вашего позволения, дополнительно представлюсь. Я действительно, кроме телевизионной составляющей, уже 3,5 года возглавляю Ассоциацию «Глобальная энергия». Она вручает ежегодную премию «Глобальная энергия». Она составляет 39 миллионов, очень приличные деньги. И членами ассоциации являются Промроссети и Сургутнефтегаз. А я, наверное, уже могу здесь включить, да? Сейчас я тогда отдам микрофон. Но и Росатом стал нашим партнером в последние месяцы и годы. И, в общем, благодаря этому партнерству я очень много и своими глазами посмотрел. Сейчас, кстати, была карта мира, на ней были изображены большие страны. В уголку мелькнула точечка. I'd rather switch into English, they're telling me, which was a spot symbolizing a country in South America called Bolivia, which is a unique example where you have the production of isotopes by Rosatom. And just across the fence, you've got the Argentine Nuclear Medicine Center, which uses the isotopes, which is a brilliant example of how nuclear technologies can contribute to the fossil-free, carbon-free energy generation, but also contribute to healthcare and indeed social progress per se, changing the societies and contributing to creating new models of how societies should and shall operate, I'd say. Now, because of the historical circumstances, we also realize that the nuclear sector in particular is aware of the safety issues. And this, of course, in turn, depends on the highest quality education levels in the environment. Indeed, if we look at the nuclear sector worldwide, this is a rare example where A, people know each other most, and B, and this is super important, in comparison with some other industries, the nuclear sector goes along the path of making the education ever deeper. There are traditional sectors where things are already set, which are to be switched into automatization. In your sector, things depend on you, and the higher the education is, the better. So that said, we are here today to look into the future, to articulate the priorities for today, and indeed to detail, as it was actually suggested by Governor Shapshai and Minister Falkov, to articulate an agenda, a common agenda for the sector, for the government, and indeed for the international community. So once again, I welcome both the foreign students who are getting their education here and those who are joining our international broadcast. So without further ado, I'll address once again Mr. Likhachev. Алексей Евгеньевич, ну, вопрос о том, почему мы собрались в Обнинске, он, в общем-то, уже получил свой ответ, но мне думается, что это в хорошем смысле намоленное место заслуживает лишних комплиментов и лишнего развития. И мой сразу второй вопрос, который, возможно, позволит вам проще все это упаковать. А вот для вас сейчас на данном этапе, помимо геополитики, с точки зрения образования, с точки зрения этих образовательных стандартов, вы на каком этапе сейчас для себя, Росатом? Почему вот вы все это задумали?
Спасибо, Сергей Борисович, за вопросы. И спасибо вам, как всегда, за то, что вы нашли время и модерируете наш разговор. Вот старшее поколение знает старую формулу. Она такая немножко, может быть, пиаровская, но очень правильная по отношению к сегодняшнему моменту по сути. Вчера было рано, завтра будет поздно. Вот именно в таком понимании сегодняшнего события мы находимся. Почему вчера было рано? Конечно, мы проходили непростой путь. Я имею в виду не только мы, Росатом, не только мы, Российская Федерация, но и все международное сообщество. Менялось в мире отношение к атомным технологиям, к атомной энергетике, ядерной медицины. И мы прошли за последние 20-25 лет очень сложный путь от обсуждения приемлемости ядерных технологий через их востребованность к их незаменимости, к их безальтернативности. Вот мое глубочайшее убеждение, и не только потому, что я работаю в государственной корпорации по атомной энергии, но мое глубокое убеждение и большинства ученых, которые я знаю в мире, состоит в том, что невозможно построить на планете устойчивое завтрашнее будущее без активного применения ядерных технологий. Поэтому вчера еще было рано, но сегодня уже пора говорить о международных площадках в этой работе. Их есть. Этих площадок достаточно большое количество в мире. Это и Международная ядерная ассоциация, и, конечно, МАГАТЭ, и все ее структуры. Но конкретного образовательного кластера в мире сейчас не существует. Именно посвященного интеграции знаний, обучений и одновременно развитию технологий. Ну, вот нет такого места на планете, как тут ни крути. Поэтому завтра будет поздно создавать такой центр, поскольку научные исследования, разного рода разработки, как в энергетических направлениях, так и в энергетических, смежных технологиях, они идут достаточно глубоко в странах. И с учетом нынешней международной обстановки, что говорить, простым языком скажу, мир идет в разные стороны, и идет процесс формирования новой геополитической системы, новой системы сфер влияния в мире. Честно говоря, сейчас международному мировому сообществу немножко не до глобальной науки. И, может быть, это продлится какое-то время, а нам терять это время нельзя. Поэтому выбран Обнинск как площадка и МИФИ, госкорпорация Росатом, при участии, конечно, Курчатовского института, Российской академии наук, Объединенного института ядерных исследований и многих других интересантов этой проблематики, предлагает здесь, на этой земле, создать этот международный образовательный кластер. Мы, поверьте, вложим в него все, что мы знаем, все, что мы умеем. Это не только лидерство в существующих технологиях, ядерные топливные циклы, реакторы поколения 3+, строящиеся 4-е поколение реакторов в Российской Федерации. Это малая мощность, как мобильная, так и наземная. Все это мы будем с вами обсуждать, изучать и реализовывать совместно все эти проекты. Но нам очень важно, чтобы здесь ковался и завтрашний день атомных знаний, чтобы люди были готовы изменить не только ядерные технологии, но и с помощью этих ядерных технологий изменить мир к лучшему. Значит, для этого нужны не только учебники, наглядные пособия, техтуры и студенческие практики. Нужна атмосфера. Атмосфера новаторов, атмосфера победителей. Мы всегда были инноваторами и победителями, извините за нескромность. И мы готовы этим настроением поделиться вместе со всеми друзьями, как мы это привыкли сделать. Ну, еще раз хочу сказать то, о чем говорил с господином губернатором, нашим дорогим другом Калужской области. Нам, конечно же, очень важно изменить здесь и пространство. И то, и другое, я имею в виду и научные исследования, и атмосфера воспитания истинного ученого, победителя, и изменения пространства, окружающей среды. Все это требует большого количества сил, творческой энергии, конечно, времени, обязательно денег. Но я думаю, что нам эта задача по плечу. Самое главное, Сергей Борисович, я, с вашего позволения, заканчиваю отвечать на ваш вопрос, делать это вместе. Делать это вместе с тем, кто, собственно, и собирается здесь учиться, собирается здесь строить, начинать, выстраивать свою профессиональную карьеру.
Now, For some family reasons, I'm closely associated with this region since 1992, and I've been watching the positive changes taking place in the Kaluga region. I would dare say that if all of Russia had changed the way the Kaluga region changed, we would be living in another country. So I think there's a huge potential, in particular here, to carry out what you've been saying. Now, I will now break all of the rules. Poor interpreters have got to be patient with me, but because of the circumstances, because of this conflict between globalization and fragmentization, I think this session deserves 25 seconds in another language, which I will translate myself a bit later. Pero yo estoy un 200% seguro de que, dado el hecho de que un tercio del público son de Latinoamérica, algunos expositores son, el tercer idioma merece su espacio acá, especialmente de la coyuntura tejida a la globalización y fragmentación. I've just said that I think that because of the globalization versus fragmentization, and given the fact that 1/3 of the public here and many of the panelists are actually from the Spanish-speaking part of the world, we may have 15 or 20 seconds in another language to underline the international character of the event, which is staged right now. So we're joined now by a Spanish speaker, whom I will have to address in English, okay? Sama Bilbao Leon, who is the Director General of the World Nuclear Association. Sama, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
So nice to see you. Absolutely, yes, we can hear you full time. Sama, what is for you, given the circumstances on this planet, especially on this planet, the sustainable growth agenda and the climate change agenda, and what kind of new education programs are required for the future of the industry? What do you think? Adelante.
Muchísimas gracias, and good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to join you, even if virtually. I would have loved to be there with all of you in person for this excellent opportunity to talk about the future of education, in particular nuclear-related education. So, as you have heard already from Mr. Likachov, the world has realized that nuclear energy has not only been a key contributor to reduce greenhouse gas emissions for 5+ decades, but of course is an essential piece of the future as we are looking towards, number one, achieving decarbonization as soon as possible, but at the same time, making sure that everybody, everywhere has access to abundant, affordable, 24/7 clean energy. So this is not only for the global north that needs to decarbonize, but it is also for the entire world that needs to actually get enough energy to achieve the quality of life that many of us, many of you already enjoy today. So to me, as we were just discussing, so yes, nuclear energy is fantastic because it can produce carbon-free and affordable electricity. Not only that, but it can produce also steam, which, as you will hear, is also very important to decarbonize the entire industry, right? The entire economy. The industry, heating and cooling for buildings, fresh water, hydrogen, many opportunities. But then, as you will know, there is many other things beyond this. You've heard already a little bit about medical radioisotopes. You've heard already about applications to do non-destructive testing in an advanced science and technology. So in my mind, education is a key component to make sure that, number one, everybody everywhere in the world understands how important nuclear energy and nuclear technology is for their everyday life, but more importantly, or just as importantly, for them to understand that they can be part of this movement, they can actually contribute, they can be educated in different professions in nuclear energy in order to contribute and be a part of this. So I know we will hear a little bit about this today. We have many speakers that will tell us the many opportunities that exist in nuclear technology and nuclear energy education. But I mean, perhaps if I can take the opportunity, I would love to maybe highlight for you something that we have been doing in the context of not only education, but also leadership, trying to inspire and recruit and prepare the next generation of nuclear leaders, which is World Nuclear University, which is something that World Nuclear Association is incredibly proud of leading. So this is, as you know, an area where not only we are producing the context and the content about nuclear energy and nuclear technology, we are also bringing the leadership components to make sure that many of you are going to be the leaders of the nuclear industry of the future.
Sama, given the color of the bricks of that building in front of you, you should be, I think you're in London.
Yes, I am in London.
Yes, well, it's visible. When people learn English, there's a funny explanation which accompanies it. They say that the Englishmen shut their windows and the Americans close their windows because of the construction of the windows. There are too many windows being shut and closed simultaneously now. Well, indeed, if you compare the approach to the nuclear industry on the European continent and on the British Isles, you see certain differences. So let me come back to the Sustainable Development Agenda and, in fact, add one important phrase. 20 years ago, all of the global community approved of the global energy, of the Sustainable Development Agenda goals at the United Nations. So you actually think that despite all of the differences, be it in between the West and the East again, or indeed within Europe, we can still be talking about the necessity of deeper and better education in nuclear science because the Sustainable Agenda, the Sustainable Development Agenda actually dictates it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. No, I completely agree. I mean, so, you know, there is these 17 Sustainable Development Goals for which we are not really making as much progress as we would like to see. And you know that there is the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is about clean and affordable energy for everybody. So to me, that is a central goal because without energy, none of the other 17 goals can really take place. Because, you know, access to clean and affordable energy is going to help us to, first of all, have access to education in general, not just nuclear science and technology education. Is going to allow us to have access to health, which again, as you know, nuclear technology is essential for health in many countries of the world. But also access to energy is also going to be essential to have fresh and nutritious food, to have access to clean water, to have access for all of us to a job that is satisfying and empowering. It is going to be essential to end poverty all over the place. So to me, you know, nuclear energy and nuclear technology is essential to all 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular, nuclear energy is a key component to actually achieve all the 17 goals.
Thank you so much indeed. Muchas gracias. Muy amable.
Muchas gracias.
Well, we squeeze in our I will now address Mr. Mikhail Chudakov, and despite him being my fellow countryman, I will have to address him in English because he is, of course, an international bureaucrat in the good sense of the word. He is the Deputy Director General and head of the Department of Nuclear Energy at the International Atomic Energy Organization, which, of course, oversees all that's going on in this sector worldwide. Let me start with the Sustainable Development Agenda, which we've just mentioned. How deeply is it embedded in your agenda?
Thank you, Sergey, and thanks for inviting me on this important forum. related to education, nuclear education. And I will start that, you know, probably every year we are making our projection of nuclear up to that 2050. And exactly these days that we published it for the general conference, which starts next week. So just our figures every year is a little bit increasing, and now we have that up 2050 a projection 890 gigawatt electrical installed capacity. And
190.
Now 890, almost 900. And now we have 361 or 62, something like this, 410 units in operation. And actually it shows increase in 2.5 times up to the 2050. But still that in electricity production left less than 10% like we have now. And in reality, if we are serious to cope with climate change and to replace by nuclear all carbon sources, we need even multiply it double. So we need to get in electricity production share for nuclear about 20-40%. 20-40%, and not only for electricity production, but also to involve nuclear in replacing industry, heat, energy, and also heat production, hydrogen production, that desalination and others area of activity, just because that the so-called green wind and solar cannot do it themselves, and also just other sources of energy. That's why role of nuclear is very important, very important. Of course, I agree with Sama that as we are concerned this SDG, that Sustainable Development Goals, all 17 goals, if you look, that covered by nuclear power. Not only that number 7, that affordable and clean energy, but all others. What we have now about the education, that our estimation, we have in the world amount average approximately 2.3 million people involved in the nuclear industry. And according to projection, in 10 years, we should plus 1 million professionals, and up to the 2050, it should be 4 million. And this is also should include that amount of decommissioned nuclear power plants that now that more than 60% of working nuclear power plant, operating nuclear power plant have the age more than 30 years. But if, as I told, we need in reality, in order to come to the net zero that by 2050 increase several times, we're expecting it should be maybe 10 million professionals up to the 2050. But even taking, so just taking this Obnинск, like the scientific educational center that we count that Obnинск can prepare, can prepare 1 million at least. Maybe not only Obnинск, but the Russia itself that should take that. And of course that we support the creating this very important cluster. We are participating in all educational processes in all agencies. That we conduct HRD conferences, we creating and educational seminars, workshops, a different school, knowledge management, energy management school, operates together with universities, different networks in all areas of the world, like StarNet, like that AfraNet, like LatinNet, like AsiaNet, where they joined about 20 universities, each of net for education, for exchange information. Also, we operate with electronic education, e-education, that like that e-learning, like that CLP for net, cyber learning platform for net, where more than 1,500 different modules education, like half of them with self-education, half with also tutor, and participate in all activities. And of course, we will support that Obnинsk and the Russia may be sure that we always support that educational attempt for the creating the necessary stuff for the future, that future when the nuclear power is the green power and will cover and will replace that carbon emitted sources of energy.
Well, thank you, sir. If I may, I must be objective. Replacement is too harsh a word. Well, I see a lot of African people here. We recently, at the Global Energy Association, made a couple of calculations. If you combine what's being offered by the UK, the US, and the EU combined in Africa, as far as the renewable energy is concerned, you only cover about 15% of Africa energy needs. And given the population growth, and given only 2 nuclear stations, one operational in South Africa and the other one in Egypt, you still need something else. It may be 90% of hydro, like in Ethiopia, but it may be a humble gas station which would provide the requirement, the required energy sources for industrial development. God bless nuclear energy, but replacement, I think, is too harsh a word, if I may say so.
Yeah. I can add just absolutely agree. Of course, that replacement does not mean that you should eliminate on all other sources of energy. But when we're talking about Africa, our projection shows that by 2050, the consumption per capita is the same. It means that the level of life is the same.
Yeah,
we should do something with this. Stop migration and create the level of life the same like in another, like in Europe, like in Russia, like in other countries. And of course, that where it's possible, we can use also gas, coal with carbon capture and storage. But we are trying to just to take as much as possible, just increasing that level of green nuclear power.
Absolutely. Those of you who are interested may have a look at 2 regional to global conferences that we, the Global Energy Association, organized in this last year. One was for South America in Punta del Este, Uruguay, and the other one was for Africa in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, where we actually talked a lot about all of this. Let us now change continents, and we're going to South America, to the very Bolivia, which I mentioned at the start. Hortensia Jimenez Rivera is a very good friend. Hortensia, can you hear us? No, no te oigo, Hortensia. Con el micrófono. Está apagado el micrófono.
No, está encendido.
We can hear you now. So, dale. Let's do it in English, because otherwise it's going to be difficult for translation. Hortensia, I was deeply impressed by what I saw in your country. I'm now referring to both the combination of the Russian and Argentinian efforts in El Alto. I was also, and this I will say, because you as a government official can't say this, I was very impressed by a story. Thanks to the new authorities, Bolivia is so much more stable politically and constitutionally in this last 20 years. But it used to be a country with the highest number of presidents per capita in its history. So unstable was it constitutionally. And unfortunately, some time ago, there was a constitutional, or rather anti-constitutional twist in the history of Bolivia. Imagine that when the security forces decided to sort of disappear from the horizon, the locals, the local population of El Alto, humble people, made a human fence across the nuclear facility, because for them it's a source of jobs and, most importantly, social progress. Once again, Hortensia cannot say things like that. She's not allowed politically. I can. This is an amazing story. Hortensia, now that I've said politically correct but unallowed things, let me switch into my question for you. So what changes does the nuclear industry bring to the economy and social sphere in your country, for which the nuclear sector per se is at the dawn?
Well, first greetings, good morning, good afternoon. I appreciate the kind invitation from Rosatom and MEFI to this important International Youth Nuclear Forum, and extend my greeting to all those present. Despite the early hour, almost 5 a.m. in Bolivia, our excitement remains high as we share the experience of Bolivia as a newcomer country in the nuclear field. We have to talk in general that current global challenges involve social, political, and economic transformations centered around the development of the science, technology, innovation, and energy transition. Historically, these have been mechanisms for control and domination in the growth of developing countries. Therefore, to provide responses with open science that promote greater equity and social justice for our people. Cooperation among countries with the framework of national sovereignty is a key element in advancing nuclear industrialization. Understanding that the nuclear technology application, as we know, play a fundamental role in the development of various sectors, such as energy generation, provide a reliable emission-free source of electricity, management of clean drinking water, radiation of material and product for stabilization of medical suppliers and food preservation, and in medicine offering diagnosis and cancer treatment, among others. In this regard, the advancement of nuclear energy application in countries entering in this field requires the combination of several conditions, where the state plays a leading role in demonstrating and convincing civil society of the contribution of nuclear technology to national potential and meeting the needs expressed by the population. This way, nuclear energy can be incorporated into national strategic planning and receive its respective investment in line with the social economic benefit it brings. This is also linked to the development of nuclear energy's relationship with education, the training of professional researchers and technicians, which is essential for implementing state policy in this field, and automatically leads to development in science and technology. In the case of Bolivia, a South American country with vast capabilities and potential in terms of its extensive diversity of natural resources, such as lithium, biodiversity, and strategic minerals, it is taking a quality leap with the development of the nuclear industry. It contributes to achieving the country's sustainable development goals with equity, inclusion, and respect for Mother Earth. In this sense, Bolivia made the decision to enter into nuclear energy applications, considering the great benefit and versatility of this technology in its application, both for social and economic benefits. Therefore, the plurinational state of Bolivia, in line with its development objectives, such as universal and free healthcare, education for production, food security, achieving scientific and technological sovereignty, and the industrialization of its natural resources, is undertaking the implementation of the Bolivian nuclear program, comprising two major nuclear projects. The first one is the Network of Nuclear Medicine and Radiotherapy Center, which provides free healthcare services to the entire population without discrimination, using state-of-the-art nuclear technology applied to health. This allowed the Bolivian Nuclear Energy Agency, the institution that is in charge of this project, to introduce the population and familiarize them with the nuclear energy in its noblest form, saving life, specifically fighting against cancer. The other major project under the concept of a research center and at the same time providing nuclear application services includes the construction of 4 major radiological and nuclear facilities, such as the Cyclotron Radiopharmacy Preclinical Complex, with the capacity not only to supply the domestic market with various radiopharmaceuticals, but also to contribute to the availability of diagnostic and theranostic radiopharmaceuticals in Latin America and the Caribbean region. It also has the capacity for scientific research development in its preclinical area. Another facility is the Multipurpose Irradiation Center, supporting the country's agricultural policies, including seeds improvement, pest control, and food preservation, among others, allowing Bolivia to increase its exports of short-lived foods. The most important nuclear facility is the Nuclear Research Reactor Complex. It is a fundamental facility for young people to handle the theory and the practice in nuclear science. In this facility, services will be provided to produce fields through the production of radioisotopes and neutron activation analysis for the mining, agriculture, health, and environmental sectors. This complex serves as the school where young people develop their knowledge and competencies so that in the future Bolivia can advance in nuclear energy utilization program assessment. Accompanying this technology set, the radiobiology and radioecology laboratory, as well as a plasma physics laboratory, are also included, along with the training, building, and technological and physical security infrastructure, all in one place. There is an additional challenge that, although it may seem minor, is not, because the center is located at an altitude of 4,000 meters above sea level in the city of El Alto. This is a challenge for the technological provider, Rosatom, and at the same time, a great learning experience for our young professionals who are responsible for implementing and operating the technological complex. The installed infrastructure does not yield the result by itself, unless it goes along with young people with high quality education. To operate all this technological equipment in a safe, responsible, and efficient manner. Thus, the Bolivian Nuclear Energy Agency contemplates the granting of 260 scholarships in different specialties according to the requirements of each project. The Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation, within the framework of a cooperation between the Bolivian state and the Russian Federation, has granted a scholarship for both undergraduate and postgraduate studies in nuclear physics. In addition to all this education scholarship, the program includes also the specialization of young Bolivians for master and doctorate degrees in the nuclear field with the public policy of Ministry of Education of the plurinational state of Bolivia. If we talk about equal and inclusive sustainable development, we must emphasize women who have historically been excluded from science. To contribute to reversing the situation, the Bolivian Nuclear Energy Agency conducted a case study on women participation in science in the Bolivian Nuclear Agency, including with recommendation for public policy in science and technology that include action to encourage and strengthen the women's participation in science. The country is developing public policy in education, in science and technology and nuclear energy in its relationship with the country's industrialization, aimed at having human resources with high quality education, together with an empowerment of young people, not only in knowledge and skill, but also with social awareness that allows seeking solutions to global challenges with regional and local action in different areas. Within the Bolivian nuclear program sustainability, a fundamental strategy has also been incorporated, the adjustment in the regular education process to promote scientific and technological development while contributing to productive economic growth by fostering human talent with a focus on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, discipline to develop students' skills. In this regard, I call upon young people to participate with all their strength, ability, passion, and hope in creating a more justice and imposition-free world through collective action for the application of nuclear energy for the well-being of our people. Thank you for your attention.
Let me first of all add a couple of things about Hortensia, because she agreed in her personal capacity to become a new member of the International Committee of Global Energy. So, well, Hortensia, welcome to our club as well. And Hortensia is typically, all smiles and very passionate. Today she became very serious. So let me explain something, especially to the fellow journalists, that she mentioned very rationally, but which for me constitutes a marvel, a marvel. I will actually switch into Russian now, because, well, this is an international broadcast, but I see a lot of Russian fellow journalists here. Ребята, вы представляете, вы берете банан, который в обычной жизни сгнивает там за 2-3 недели, подвергаете его гамма-облучению. Для здоровья это абсолютно ничего не значит. Да? Гамма-облучение. И этот банан живет вместо 3 недель 3 месяца. Нет, это всем, большинству тех, кто в зале здесь сидят, для них это обвгдейка. Это немыслимо. И подумайте только сейчас не о себе, потребителях, да, которые ждут экзотические фрукты из Латинской Америки или Африки, а подумайте об интересах производителей в Африке и Латинской Америке. Это насколько же возрастает экспортный потенциал, насколько там улучшается качество жизни. Ведь если человек может с этот самый банан или что угодно, манго, что хотите, сохранить и довести до вас, он же денег больше получает. И вам это будет дешевле, и ему. Вот просто Hortensia сейчас об этом говорила, по-английски называется matter of factly. То есть, само собой разумеющимся. Физики, они вообще немножко не в себе. Они думают, что все знают. Я хотел объяснить, да, своим коллегам. Ведь потрясающе. И это, конечно, открывает с точки зрения образовательных вещей такие горизонты и у нас, и в развивающемся мире, что просто потрясающе. Hortensia, thank you so much. Sorry that I, added a flavor to what you were saying, but I really think these are unthinkable things which deserve attention of people beyond the professional circle. У нас сегодня замечательная, we've got a marvelous geography today, because we have with us Likan Çiftçi, head president of the Nuclear Industry Association of Turkey, whom I will be asking the same question, because Turkey is also to make a big leap as far as the nuclear industry is concerned. You're at the start of it, but I understand that the nuclear industry is already making changes to your economy and social sphere. So, Mr. Çiftçi, could you please elaborate on it?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Also, special thanks to Господин Likhachov and to all Rosatom family. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. So if I start with the energy journey, nuclear energy journey of Turkey, I would say that this dream of having a nuclear power plant began in the 1950s. And it developed at a pace that could compete with the world. However, despite this rapid start, several reasons have always lagged behind the atom, we can say. In Turkey, especially after 1965, the nuclear power plant target was included in the program of every government, and there was numerous failed attempts until the 2000s. And if I go with the milestones of Akkuyu NPP, I would start with the licensing of the power plant, which was obtained in 1976. And then the first concrete of the first unit was poured at 2018. And the next one, 2020, and moved with 2021. which was also with a ceremony attended by our President Erdogan and also Russian President Putin via video conference, while the foundation of the fourth one was laid on 2022. So by saying those, Akkuyu NPP has also become one of the largest nuclear power plant construction sites in the world. Of course, this NPP bring to the economy and the social sphere of our country lots of advantages and also lots of benefits, we can say. So starting with Akkuyu is also the world's first NPP project being implemented with completely new model as build, own and operate model. So Akkuyu also consists of 4 units. Each of the units has the electricity generation capacity of 1,200 megawatts, so has a total capacity of 4,800 megawatts. And this power plant will meet approximately 10% of the electricity need of Turkey. The operational life of the power plant is planned as 60 years and also can be extended by 20 years. And if we compare the capacity of the NPP, we can say that Akkuyu NPP will have the capacity to meet the entire electricity demand of a city as large as Istanbul. And if I continue within the framework of the Turkish National Energy Plan, the electricity to be produced from NPP in Turkey will reach up to 11% of the total production by 2030. As our Minister of Energy and National Resources, Alparslan Bayraktar, has recently said, the country is in talks with Russia about the second NPP and with China for the third one, and also has held out the ambition of adding 5 gigawatt of SMR, small modular reactors capacity, to the country's energy system by 2050. So I also brought some numbers with me, some figures from the Akkuyu NPP side. Well, we, as being the industrial association, nuclear industry association of Turkey, we are representing the local industry of the companies which are aiming to gain more experience on nuclear field. So special thanks to Rosatom on this. Our companies are getting more eager to nuclear field and getting more experienced on this, so that we believe in the near future, actually, we will be taking more part in nuclear power plant projects. So right now, nearly 400 local companies are working for Akkuyu NPP, and the overall project cost is approximately $20 billion, and which we count as the largest foreign direct investment made in Turkey. And if we go with the work is underway, also simultaneously in 4 units, with a huge team of at least 26,000 people. And 80% of those are Turkish citizens. And according to the Social Security Institution, Akkuyu is currently the largest employer in Mersin. And when it's completed, it will employ around 4,000 people during its operation phase. So from the industrial perspective, the business community, we consider the Akkuyu NPP as our pride and experience project for our Turkish nuclear industry. So companies seem to be determined to do business in the nuclear industry and participate in also international projects by using this experience as their references. In our association, we have right now just 20 dedicated members, and we are representing around 7,000 employees. And we also do represent around $500 million of annual turnover. And again, our members are getting more shares in the localization processes of Akkuyu NPP. So Akkuyu, we consider, is a successful example of the localization with a potential of around $6.5 billion. Turkish companies are, again, gradually gaining nuclear experience. So far, the contracts worth $4.3 billion have been signed or are being finalized with Turkish companies right now. So Akkuyu NPP not only contributes to employment, but also creates know-how in the Turkish nuclear energy sector, which we see the advantages of the cooperation with Rosatom as well. So thanks for that. The estimated contribution of the power plant to the gross domestic income of the country over its entire life cycle is approximately around $50 billion. So the other point is about the place where we are, Obninsk. Most of the specialists in Akkuyu are educated here in Obninsk, which is one of the international scientific and educational center for nuclear technologies in the world. So we see this opportunity as really important. Under the international agreement, at least 600 Turkish engineers trained in Russia will work at the power plant, and approximately 300 young Turkish nuclear engineers graduated between 2018 and 2022. Young Turkish engineers continue to work successfully on the project as part of the joint Russian-Turkish training program to train personnel to work at Akkuyu NPP. They are involved in installing the nuclear power plant and post-assembly control works. The targeted training program for Akkuyu aims to train more than 300 more young Turkish engineers in Russia by the end of 2027. And if we continue with the one of the latest important news from Akkuyu, the first batch of nuclear fuel for the first unit to the NPP was delivered on the 27th of April 2023. For the moment the fuel was delivered, Turkey made history as a new member of the nuclear club as it enters the new century as a nuclear powered country in the anniversary of century of the Republic. And the other important point about Akkuyu NPP, which will bring another advantages to the country, is counted the net zero emissions by 2053. So the power plant, which will be able to generate uninterrupted electricity with zero emissions and without emitting harmful greenhouse gases to the environment, also stands out with its contribution to Turkey's 2053 net zero emission target. So Akkuyu will prevent around 18 million tons of carbon emissions annually. This is equivalent to those produced by nearly 10 million vehicles per year. Such an important figure also. Well, as a conclusion, we believe Akkuyu and also other nuclear power plant projects should be considered not only a power plant to meet the electricity needs, but also a tool to put the technological level of Turkish industry on a new step in the international arena. So we see the international cooperation in nuclear field is not a need, but a must. And our mission is here to inspire and encourage young generations in the early stages of their nuclear careers and ensure that their voice is heard in shaping the future of our planet. So by using this advantage, I would like to add one more point. Every June in Istanbul, with Ankara Chamber of Industry, we organize an exhibition and summit. We call it MPPS, Nuclear Power Plants Summit and Exhibition. And we signed there several MOUs with foreign clusters and companies. And we bring leading representatives of nuclear industry from all over the world. So by following the goals that are set by our government, we would like to say that we are eager to move forward with Rosatom and taking further steps in business-wise as well. So we can organize, for instance, further events and summits with Rosatom. We are eager for this. So that we would like to discuss with Господин Likhachov and invite all of you to Istanbul for MPPS next summer. Thank you.
As most of people here have certainly visited Turkey, I think they will appreciate if I say teşekkürler. Well, you deserve it. Thank you, sir. Let's expand our geography further, and we've got Mr. Thai, who's president of the Vietnam Atomic Energy Institute with us. I can see him clearly that he's online. Mr. Thai, Comrade Thai, I should be saying, Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Nuclear industry helps to develop the development of many sectors, and it is, of course, a driving force for international cooperation, as we have heard so many times during this conference. What is the experience of your organization, the Vietnam Atomic Energy Institute, in these areas?
Okay, thank you very much for giving me a chance to be to have a talk a little bit with our event, a very important event of Rosatom. And distinguished guests, dear colleagues, atomic energy in Vietnam was started probably about 70 years ago when President Ho Chi Minh visited the Soviet Union in 1955, and he visited the first nuclear power plant in the world, the Obninsk NPP. After that, Vietnamese government started sending students and PhD students to Soviet Union from 50s, 60s of the last century. It is important to note that human resources development in the nuclear field in Vietnam was based on education and training in Soviet Union. Atomic energy in Vietnam was developed and also based on Dalat Nuclear Research Reactor. Dalat Nuclear Research Reactor was built in 1963 after reunification of Vietnam, 1975. Vietnamese government actively started to build nuclear sector with more students sent to Soviet Union and with a new task, reconstruction of Dalat Nuclear Research Reactor. Reconstruction started from 1979 with help of Soviet Union, and many experts come from Soviet Union to Vietnam to work. And in 1984, Dalat Nuclear Research restarted operation again with double capacity, 500 kilowatt. And this research is still working nowadays. And Dalat Nuclear Research is the main equipment in formulation of atomic energy film in Vietnam. I would like to note that next year, Vinatom will celebrate 40 years operation of Dalat Nuclear Research Reactor, 20 March next year. And we will invite you, of course, many very close friends from Russia and from our countries to come to celebrate the event. From Dalat Nuclear Research Reactor and from staff trained in Soviet Union and of course from our country and in Vietnam, atomic energy in Vietnam nowadays is contributing significantly in socio-economic development of the country, namely in nuclear medicine, agriculture, industry, and environment. For example, in nuclear medicine, based on Dalat Nuclear Research and 6 accelerators operating in the whole country, Dalat Nuclear Research Reactor supplied about 80 to 90% of radiopharmaceutical to all hospitals in Vietnam. Especially in the time of COVID, they provided 100% because we did not have flights connecting to other countries at that time. With agriculture, we are doing mutation breeding, and a lot of new type of rice, bean, and etc. have been applied to life. And nowadays, Vietnam is a big country in exporting rice to other countries. Irradiation techniques have been also successfully applied and becomes more popular techniques in Vietnam to help export. And clearly, nuclear techniques have contributed significantly in this achievement. With industry, nuclear techniques have been applied into industry in Vietnam a long time ago, especially nowadays. They are focusing on oil and gas field, refinery factory, and of course, energy power plants. That's very important. They are using NDT techniques and so on. With the environment, nuclear techniques become more and more applied into the life and into the society. Education training. Vietnam is sending students to many countries in the last 10, 15 years, such as Russia, Japan, South Korea, Europe. In Vietnam, in the last 10 years, hundreds of master and PhD students have been graduated. Many of them come from Russia. With the international projects, it's very important that Vietnam now is very closely working with Rosatom in the new project, with a new research reactor. And we are going to sign the physics study, the best, very soon, maybe probably in October or beginning of November this year. And according to our plans, the new research reactor will be built in about 7 to 8 years. We also participating in MB project of Russia. About the nuclear power, of course, we had plans a long time ago, and the Vietnamese government has tried their best to formulate this nuclear power to introduce the nuclear power into our countries. Vietnam has had 2 NPP projects with Russia and Japan until 2016. Unfortunately, that was postponed. And currently, Vietnamese government is considering the role of nuclear power in decarbonization. Of course, we have commitment that until 2050, we have to balance with the carbon dioxide. And NPP is a good option for replacing thermal power plants on coal in future, as energy expert in Vietnam confirmed. And I do hope that Vietnam will be back on nuclear power very soon. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much to you for giving me a chance to have a little bit talk and information relevant to Vietnam. And I would like to finish my talk here, and I wish you success in nuclear power and in your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed, sir. Joy Mendes, I want to address you now, but I'm afraid of addressing you. Yeah, because you know, you and I are deeply involved in the Sustainable Development Agenda, and for us, for you and me, this is something fascinating. I'm afraid that for many people, the very word is boring. How can this be transformed in something truly entertaining and catching the imagination? And how would you explain this, for me, something very self-sufficient, to the younger audience, so that when they learn all those fascinating things about isotopes, about you and I am afraid, do not understand a lot, that they apply their knowledge in order to change the world. Please do. The floor is yours. Adelante.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días.
No, para. En inglés, ¿eh?
Oh, yes, I'm just saying, I'm greeting in my language, as just said. It is linguistic inclusion, so why not to bring some more diversity, especially Portuguese, which is the language that I'm representing today as well. So thank you very much, and it was very interesting to see the panorama from the different countries. But let's not forget where we are now. We are a youth forum, right? And I am so excited to see so much youth here in the plenary as well, in the participants, so much diversity, backgrounds. Yesterday we spent the full day planning as well how the new campus will look like. And it was amazing to have this not just multicultural, but intercultural dialogue. I think this is so important because we're talking about infrastructure and cooperation, economic cooperation, technical cooperation. But let's not forget about as well cultural cooperation. This is fundamental. So Just real quick, I think I would like to bring some reflections that I've been quite listening from this panel. Young people we represent, right? Half of the world's population today. Where I live, we represent 60% of the population is under 40 years. And unfortunately, we see, right, as well, the news, we're reaching planetary limits. At the same time, it's not a secret as well for us, the climate crisis is affecting, especially where I live. And right now, in the border of Brazil and Paraguay, winter, we reach 45 Celsius degrees. So increase of temperature is a serious situation. It's affecting not just the economies, but the lives of people and the lives of young people. So especially in terms of, like, it's overwhelming as well, all of this, what is happening. But at the same time, as it was mentioned, we also have 7 years to reach the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals. And how it was said, we are not on the track for some of the SDGs, especially in the energy one, the SDG 7. So 940 million people still don't have access to electricity. And 40% of the world's populations do not have access to clean cooking services. So those are shocking numbers, and those are shocking numbers, especially when you are thinking, like we have less than 7 years, we have as well other challenges. And I also will say something. I am the same age of the COPs, the climate conferences. So it's been almost like more than 28 years negotiating the climate. And then we see youth as well as an agent of globalization, as I like to mention it. So we have these global frameworks, these global perspectives, this global view, right? But we also have regional frameworks. For example, in Latin America, we don't have, like, among the countries, we're starting to have cooperation among us. We're looking what Bolivia is doing, amazing. Our neighbors, Argentina as well. But how we can even cooperate more and also have a regional cooperation to protect our sovereignty. So I think in this perspective as well, youth, we also localize the action. So in the way that everybody here, and I have met a lot of students here, who they will come back to their countries, and they are a mean for cooperation. They represent a direct instrument as well for this, international support. And I believe that this is the new generation. We're going to be not just doing the business, the science, but bringing this to the people. Because let's not forget, nuclear technologies, at the end of the day, we are working for the people. So this is so very important for us to remember. And also to bring how this, how we not just empower youth, but how we are going to be assuming these positions as leaders, not of the future, but of the present. And I think one important aspect is intergenerational cooperation. We know you have the experience, but we also have ideas. We have vision. We have very disruptive perspectives. So I think the fact of not just listening, and this is how it is, but also to create a middle ground with both of us and saying, okay, we can find different ideas, different solutions for these very different times as well. So another point I also want to bring is that me and myself and my colleagues who are participating here, we're not participating here just because we are young people, okay? We also have expertise, and we happen to be young people. So I hope as well in Latin America and other areas, we see more young leaders taking these places, right, and assuming, and also bringing in a very, direct way as well to the government and to our governments, cooperation tools, because they are listening somehow, and also they are seeing what young people are doing all around the world. Sometimes it might not open the door, but we can just, jump through a window and say, okay, as I did many times with politicians in my region, please listen to us, because we are bridging and we're bringing the solutions again to the communities. So I will say there are some few points that I believe that are fundamental as well for youth, not just to be being part of just the nuclear sector, but it's in general in the sustainability sector as well. I'll say when we talk about the green transition and green jobs as well, we need to have flexible frameworks, and as well understanding that youth, again, we are as experts. We need, specific training. We have been talking here a lot about training, technical capabilities, and then how we're going to even to do this in a massive way, because we need such a strong force work of youth changing, especially in the energy transition sector. We were talking about the important topic, decarbonizing, as well decentralizing. And also, I call it, for especially indigenous communities and the groups that I work, decolonizing energy transition. We are very open to have dialogues, especially to what communities want about energy transition, right? When I talk with my colleagues in Bolivia, we're talking about as well lithium. And they say, okay, we are doing energy transition for whom? Just for Europe? What is the energy transition peoples of Bolivia and Latin America we want to have? This is also, localization again. And just to give a couple of examples, I have seen every day, I see youth committed. The fact that you are here, the fact that you are studying here, studying also in Russia and going back to your countries, this is just very important, and you're very admirable as well. But I also see youth, especially in the case of, for example, Bolivia. I've been working with the Bolivian climate movement, and they are proposing a national law to declare climate emergency. Youth, making a law as well, having all the consultation processes in all the country, and bringing as well investment to protect the Bolivian Amazon, to develop a logic on bioeconomy and respecting, as we talk, and we were talking about Pachamama, right? The Earth's right. Also, in the same time, we got last 2 weeks, very good news from Ecuador. Ecuador's people, they went through a referendum to keep oil on the ground from one of the most biodiverse areas in the world, which is called the Yasuní. So the 60% of the population says keep oil on the ground. But how are we going to replace that oil, right? So I really see, and I'm a very strong advocate towards nuclear energy. And I had the opportunity to grow up in Brazil and to see several parts of the industry. And I'm more passionate to take this technology as well through other parts of Latin America. I think most of through historical strengths, we were stopped from accessing to technology, but this true international cooperation is not longer a limit anymore. And at the same time, I will also invite my colleagues to have this strong advocacy, to empower yourself. It's not enough just to say, okay, I'm studying or doing my part, but how are you going to also engage other young people? How are you going to share these opportunities? Yesterday, I have a very deep reflection because I was thinking, wow, if I knew 10 years ago that, Obnins exist and all this technology here, I will be a nuclear engineer. I should have studied here. So yesterday, we were doing a persona, and we were thinking on how perhaps we're going to have the first nuclear, Latin American indigenous people engineer. And this is something very relevant towards the negotiations that we're going to have in Brazil. COP30 will happen in 2 years in Belém, in the Amazon. We are also having the BRICS Summit in 2 years. So we are building a momentum, and I also want to appreciate my colleagues from the Impact team. We're doing such an amazing job here. You guys are rocking it as well, and we are bringing amazing projects of intergenerational support. Just to finalize, but also we're innovating in the different areas as well. We are breaking mindsets, barriers, and we're doing now also a massive project with Brazil, Paraguay, and Road to COP. So you will hear more about us. And muchas gracias, muito obrigado e agujé. Спасибо большое.
A positive reflection is that we said if only 10 years ago, if only 5 years ago, we had you instead of that Swedish girl who misses school and teaches us about everything. And you look at things from the producer point of view, just the consumer, so thank you for that. That said, I must criticize you a bit. You've just referred to a referendum in Ecuador. I'm sure that 99% of people here heard about it for the first time, and you deceived them. You deceived them because, well, some youngsters tend to be too enthusiastic. It is true that when they counted the nationwide vote in Ecuador, most Ecuadorians were against oil drilling in La Selva, in the jungle. But in the province where it was supposed to happen, the majority was pro. And it's a very delicate balance. So when you talk about things like that, they say, oh, fellow Ecuadorians did a good thing. But even you haven't thought about the locals. The locals were quite happy about the project.
I'm sorry, I was working with the indigenous peoples, locals, and like they had destruction. And this is one the reasons I'm also here, because I was supporting the direct consultations, and indigenous peoples weren't happy drinking water with oil and starving. And at the same time, I see something, especially in Brazil, big hydro projects also bring a lot issues with the population. And that's what they don't, we don't want big hydro anymore in our forests.
I use the word deceive to provoke things. Of course, you were not deceiving. It's that what I call for is to be very delicate and accurate with such data. The more so than we speak about sustainable development. It is true that in the Ecuadorian particular case, the outgoing president with his fellow ex-Colombian friends were actually pushing for it. And there's a huge political there's a political ingredient into it. But that's the reason why we must have conferences like that, and to have open and frank and detailed conversations. So I'm your friend, but I just say that, and thank God you're not called Greta. Oh, I'm so grateful to...
It's okay. I think, it's also very important to bring, and again, as well, indigenous people's perspectives.
Absolutely.
As I said, they might differ, and they differ a lot from governments' perspectives. So what you say, development. What are we meaning about development? And this, we're questioning deeply in Latin America, this word, right? Because it means something very different from us. So there is the conversation, either lithium or water now. Like, that's why when we talk about extrapolating what energy transition means.
I will give you even another example, one from Africa and one from Latin America. The African example is very interesting indeed. And I'm not quoting now some anti-imperialist activists. I'm quoting the Foreign Policy magazine in Washington, which talks about hypocrisy as far as green hydrogen production is concerned. Because when you look at Namibia, the amount of money the Germans are investing into green hydrogen nearly equals Namibia's GDP. Namibia has got a water crisis, but they are investing all of this money into a plant which will produce water for green hydrogen, but not for the population. So there are always, dilemmas like that. And another example is, of course, South America, where green hydrogen is, interestingly enough, economically viable because of the amounts of winds and solar power. So you can actually produce green hydrogen on the brink. It's on the brink, on such a brink that you can export it to Europe, but you can't necessarily use it inside, because if you use green hydrogen within South America to produce electricity, your electricity tariff goes like that, right? But again, I have friends in my beloved Uruguay who've been now complaining about the exploration of water reservoirs, because the country has got a water shortage. So, these are very interesting and important conversations. I'm so glad that you touched upon it here, and thank you so much indeed. And I think the amount of applause that you got from this audience is unprecedented. So thank you so much indeed again. And sorry for that, I'm also passionate about it. As you provoked me, Владимир Ильич Шевченко – это тот, к кому я обращаюсь на этой панели, в хорошем смысле этого слова. Последним, Владимир Ильич, мы выслушали всех. Вам строить сейчас новую конструкцию здесь, в Обнинске. Какие у вас конкретно планы и вписывается ли то, я надеюсь, все более конкретное понимание, что такое устойчивое развитие, к которому мы пришли за эту сессию, в ваши планы?
Спасибо большое, Сергей Борисович. Я с большим интересом слушал выступающих, и мне кажется поразительным, насколько вот эти общие темы устойчивого развития в самом таком глобальном, я бы даже сказал, ценностном смысле, красной нитью проходят через все, что здесь говорилось. И если мы посмотрим на историю атомной отрасли 70 лет, пройден колоссальный путь, но вот эта исходная мечта, большая мечта о чистой и неограниченной энергии, которая двигала в том числе теми титанами, на чьих плечах мы стоим здесь, в Обнинске, построившими первую атомную электростанцию, запустившую ее в 1954 году. Мы не достигли этой мечты за эти 70 лет. И мы понимаем, что те пути, на которых она может быть достигнута, это прежде всего генерация энергии в атомном цикле высокоэнергетичными нейтронами с последующим дожиганием актинидов и возвращением в природу того же объема активности, который мы из нее взяли, то, что мы называем замкнутый топливный цикл, атомный проект 2.0, который сейчас реализуется полным ходом под Томском, в нашей стране. И термоядерная генерация, то, с чем мы связываем надежды в международном проекте ИТЕР и, возможно, в каких-то токамаках другого дизайна, кто знает, это те задачи, которые по-прежнему стоят перед нашим сообществом. И они стоят перед вами, перед и вашими коллегами, вашими друзьями, перед теми людьми, которые видят своей миссией завершить вот эту часть этого большого пути, большого плана, который был намечен больше полувека назад. И в этой истории сегодня появилось много новых вводных, в частности, вот все, что касается изменения климата. Вы знаете, что тут много есть очень точек зрения на этот вопрос, и у нас в стране некоторые люди считают, что для России, может быть, это и неплохо, чуть-чуть потеплее, если бы было так, в общем. Но вот буквально вчера, вы знаете, в Москве была самая теплая ночь за все время метеорологических наблюдений. Вчера в Москве была самая теплая ночь вот с 20 на 21 сентября. Это прямо вот к нашему сегодняшнему разговору такой природа подает повод. И повод того, что это серьезно, и это серьезно, конечно, для многих стран это экзистенциальный вызов. Их существование это касается и доступа к воде, и доступа к энергии, в том числе для кондиционирования, и вообще переосмысления роли тех или иных ресурсов, тех или иных веществ. Вот тот же литий, о котором здесь много говорилось, 50 лет назад, литий, что это распространенное, одно из самых распространенных веществ в земной коре. Сегодня литий это стратегический материал, материал, за которым огромная роль во всем, что касается электродвижения, энергоперехода. Но и сама вода, наше самое распространенное вещество, из которого мы все состоим в значительной степени, доступ к пресной воде, к питьевой воде должного качества, это сегодня абсолютно экзистенциальный вызов для сотен миллионов людей. И ясно, что этот вызов будет только усугубляться в будущем. Я уже не говорю про все наши истории про системы искусственного интеллекта, метавселенные, 6G-связи. Уже сегодня сети потребляют огромный объем общего энергобаланса. И ясно, что эта история будет расти дальше. И те новые технологии, которые в том числе, вот мы когда говорим об атомных и смежных технологиях, что мы понимаем под смежными технологиями? Это технологии новых материалов, технологии новых вычислительных платформ, квантовых вычислений, фотонных вычислителей. Это в том числе история про качественное изменение энергобаланса в этих технологических решениях, возможность достигать тех же целей с гораздо меньшими затратами энергии, гораздо более энергоэффективно. И неудивительно, что эти технологии действительно органично связаны вот с этой большой мечтой. И здесь, в Обнинске, в этом действительно намоленном месте, в котором 70 лет назад был создан 5-й филиал нашего Национального исследовательского ядерного университета МИФИ, тогда мы назывались Московский механический институт, он носил номер 5, и это сегодня один из крупнейших и просто крупнейший филиал наш и один из наиболее развитых с точки зрения подготовки кадров для широчайшего спектра задач и в ядерной энергетике, и за ее пределами. И вот это новый этап развития этой площадки, он тоже несет в себе большой вызов. Это вызов связи технологий и знаний. Мы хорошо понимаем, что это очень тонкая грань, что когда мы говорим о технологиях, то это всегда проприетарная история. Это всегда история, за которой стоят компании, какие-то бизнес-интересы. И владение знаниями дает конкурентные преимущества той или иной компании, которую она использует в конкурентной борьбе. Но когда компания становится глобальным лидером, каковым по праву является наш ключевой партнер и добрый друг госкорпорация «Росатом», у нее появляется глобальный вызов, вызов глобальной ответственности, в том числе, возможно, даже в первую очередь, за поддержание уровня знаний, уровня культуры знаний в той области, в которой она является лидером, и только через который возможно развитие и следующий шаг. Ведь этот процесс использования различных систем, помогающих нам мыслить, от калькуляторов до современных систем генеративного искусственного интеллекта, он сделал более эффективным и упростил многие действия. Но, положа руку на сердце, мы должны признать, что он породил огромный вызов понимания, насколько те люди, которые пользуются этими системами, понимают то, что они делают, понимают то, что находится внутри этих черных ящиков, понимают, куда ведут проводки, подведенные к тем кнопкам, на которые они нажимают. И мы очень хорошо знаем, что вот в тех технологиях, о которых мы говорим, технологиях глобальной энергии, глобальной энергетической, технологической безопасности, в самом широком смысле этого слова, именно понимание, сохранение слоя людей и воспроизводство этого слоя, которые понимают то, что происходит, понимают, в чем научная подоплека этих технологий, и через это понимание, благодаря ему, способны делать следующий шаг и развивать их, является важнейшей задачей для всех нас. Это глобальная задача, это не задача национальной образовательной системы какой-то одной страны. Это общая задача. И вот это настрой на то, чтобы здесь, в Обнинске, в этом намоленном месте, на базе нашей Обнинской площадки в сотрудничестве с Технической академией, Корпоративной академией Росатом, институтами Росатом и другими уважаемыми структурами, которым это интересно, создать вот такой центр научный, образовательный, который будет открыт для молодежи всего мира, заинтересованной в том, чтобы думать, размышлять о будущем и делать это будущее, преодолевая те технологические вызовы, которые есть. В самом широком тематическом интервале от применения систем искусственного интеллекта и машинного обучения для конструкции новых токамаков до обсуждения проблем тонкостей исламского банкинга для проектов в ядерной медицине. Вот эта открытость, это важность того, чтобы мы могли встречаться на одной площадке и открыто говорить о тех проблемах, технологических вызовах, которые перед всеми нами стоят, потому что это глобальные вызовы. Нельзя сохранить температуру низкой в одном месте, когда везде она вырастет. И это же касается и всего остального, тех ресурсных ограничений, о которых я говорил в начале. Это без преувеличения планетарный вызов, и ответить на него можете только вы. Те люди, которые, ваши товарищи, и вы, которые сидят здесь. И я очень благодарен вам, что вы нашли возможность прийти сюда. И вчера уже, я знаю, очень многие коллеги участвовали в обсуждениях того, как должен выглядеть этот центр и с точки зрения образовательной структуры, и с точки зрения инфраструктуры кампуса. Спасибо вам большое. Мы постараемся все это учесть и сегодня продолжить этот разговор. И я надеюсь, в следующем году, в год 70-летия запуска первой АЭС, мы уже начнем полноценно работать, и в очень короткое время Обнинск-Тех станет мировой столицей ядерного и смежного образования на благо развития нашего мирового ядерного сообщества и всего человечества. Спасибо большое.
Дорогие друзья, мы с вами можем работать до 13:00, время 12:52. Вопросы из зала попробуем 1,5-2 услышать, если есть. Минуточек 5-6 у нас такой гибкости наличествует. У кого-то созрело что-то? Поднимите руку, пожалуйста. Или потом уже. Да, пожалуйста, вот там.
Thank you so much. My name is Banele, and I'm from South Africa. This, for me, is very beautiful, and I'd love to thank the organizers and the masterminds behind it. I think what stood out for me concurs with what the lady from the United Nations said, right? I wanted to find out, particularly from the masterminds and anyone else from the panel, to say, how do we achieve this sustainable contribution and interaction between the people in these organizations that make the decisions in as far as sustainable development and nuclear energy and any other forms of clean energy generation takes place? Like, how do we contribute as young people? And in addition to that, like, what efforts are these organizations making for inclusion of young people, women, and African people? Because, I mean, the panel looks very beautiful, but I've only seen, like, what, 2 women speak? Why is that the case? And only one of them is young. Why is that the case? This is a conference for young people. Why can't I see young people on the panel? And I'm not saying I don't appreciate you, because, I mean, you've got so much experience, but I'm saying, what would it mean and what would it take for us to have a young person sitting there and contributing, speaking from a young person's perspective?
Well, you've just done that, actually. And there will be so many other panels. But as far as the first part of your question is concerned, it's very important. Anyone wishing to speak, to answer? Joyce, maybe you.
I was actually expecting from the other panelists to answer how they are doing meaningful youth engagement. And again, I can thank you for your question. I can give you, obviously, my opinion from youth. I've been working 15 years in supporting youth leverage their careers in the private sector, in the public sector. And so something that is very challenging sometimes as a young person, you knock and say, hey, I'm from this community, I want to be part of. However, one thing that was fundamental for me is support and being part of not just big organizations, but institutions that they can bridge you with others. For example, many people sometimes don't know that the UN system is open, that you can, send an email, some institutions like, UNICEF, and they, by mandate, they can listen to youth. They have also budget and professionals to listen and to learn from us. Because we also see, in many sectors, people taking the decisions or the main roles plus 40. But we are defining youth what? Maybe under 35? Is that maybe the definition? Some countries 30, some others 24. But it requires a full shape, as well of the industry, of the system. And at the same time, I think one of the things is that I've felt the pressure that I'm young, but I have to really show so much, not just my knowledge, but potential. It's like, sometimes I think, okay, because we are young, we don't have the expertise, but not necessarily. We might look young outside, but from inside we have a lot of experience. And one of the things that is not just the degrees, but it's also what have you done in fact, in your community. If people ask me, oh yeah, you're a global activist on projects, but what have you done? Well, I have changed life of people, providing electricity in the Amazon. But it's like, what echo are you having? And this speaks out than many other, accomplishments as well. But I also would like to invite some of my, panelist colleagues here that they can answer perhaps, how they meaningful engaging young women as well. This is very important as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Let's make the central faction first, and then I can see you, absolutely. Gentleman over there, Yes, please.
Thanks to the panel for the wonderful panel discussion. I'm Dr. Amandeep Singh Oberoi. I represent India. There's a new term being talked about across the globe. It's the amount of land usage per unit of power generation. Now my question goes, because this is very relevant to the country like India where the population density is quite intense. Now, how do you foresee the atomic energy, the nuclear energy, in terms of the land use per unit power generation compared to the other alternate power sources? Thanks.
Well, all of the parties here actually too interested to answer your question objectively, but Mr. Likhachev, maybe you.
Ну, ответ на этот вопрос. Спасибо вам большое, садитесь, пожалуйста. Очень важный вопрос. И я думаю, что все участники достаточно быстро найдут на ответ на этот вопрос в интернете, в том числе в лекциях, которые мы читаем, которые есть в открытом доступе. Есть анализ материальной емкости атомного объекта и той площади, которой он занимает, пропорционально мощности, пропорционально тем количествам мегаватт, которые вырабатывает атомная станция. Так вот, могу сказать, что в сравнении с даже зелеными видами генерациями, такими как ветроэнергетика, энергетика солнца, гидроэнергетика, объекта атомной энергии в сотни, а то и тысячи раз компактнее. То есть производят мощную электроэнергию, устойчивую, на площадях в тысячи раз меньше, чем их партнеры, чем их братья по зеленой генерации.
Между делом господин Лихачев так сразу вписал атомную энергетику в зеленую. Нет, да. Ну, давайте тогда еще буквально два вопроса, потому что время избегает. Я обещал, я хотел сказать, девушки с зеленой ленточкой, а все девушки с зелеными ленточками. Вот вы.
Всем здравствуйте. Меня зовут Диана, я из Казахстана. Хочу поблагодарить всех, кто здесь есть, и я бы хотела спросить, в нынешней мировой ситуации получается два лагеря. Один лагерь про атомную энергетику двигается вперед, и мы видим развитие, и второй ее со всей силой отрицает. И все больше и больше атомных электростанций в мире закрываются, потому что некоторые зеленые экоактивисты считают, что это не экологично, и это очень сильно вредит природе. Кроме как через науку и образование детей, вы как эксперты, что вы можете предложить населению и людям, которые хотят продвигать атомную энергию в будущем? Что вы посоветуете нам, чтобы убедить все больше и больше людей поверить в атомную энергетику и сделать ее энергией будущего?
Видимо, мне придется тоже отвечать на этот вопрос. Ну, во-первых, представлю вам автора, Диана, формально гражданка Казахстана, обучающаяся в Великобритании, при этом активнейший член международной молодежной команды Росатома Impact Team. Я это не зря сказал. Диан, и Казахстан сейчас выбирает формат, мощность, место расположения атомной станции. Президент Такаев объявил о референдуме. И это вот часть ответа на ваш вопрос. Как работать с населением? Объяснять и спрашивать. И официально принимать решения на уровне всех жителей с учетом мнения всех участников формирования национальной повестки. Великобритания развивает атомную энергетику, да, и в кооперации с... Великобритания вообще своя, как известно, политика. Они то наполовину в Евросоюзе, то наполовину вне Евросоюза, поэтому в хорошем смысле слова они жонглируют международным партнерством, но программа развития атомной энергетики в Великобритании есть. Как есть в большинстве, на самом деле, сильных, мощных экономик мира. Наши добрые друзья из Индии здесь присутствуют, есть амбициозная программа, Китайская Народная Республика. Фантастические темпы создания атомной генерации, фантастические. Только вот за последние годы от 3 с небольшим до почти 5% в удельном весе. с учетом масштаба Китайской Народной Республики, ее энергетической системы. То есть мы понимаем, что подавляющее большинство стран этот выбор сделало в сторону развития атомной энергетики. Где-то чуть большими темпами, где-то чуть меньшими. У кого-то нет альтернативы. Ну, как во Франции. Ну, какая может быть альтернатива, если у вас 70% генерации является атомной, электрогенерация? Да, есть страны, которые в сложном положении находятся. Это, в первую очередь, Япония, где работает, даст бог, 30% от установленной мощности. Остальные находятся в той или иной степени проверок, и общественных, и технических проверок. Есть Германия, которая полностью отказалась. Я представляю экономику Германии, представляю энергетическую систему, и у меня нет хороших новостей ни про экономику Германии, ни про ее энергетическую систему.
Ну вот климатические активисты в Германии, допустим, они добились того, что теперь мощности электроэнергии в Германии в 5 раз меньше, энергия стала в 5 раз дороже, но при этом, посещая конференции по всему миру, однажды я высказалась на вот одной из таких конференций, что атомная энергетика — это наше будущее, это зеленое будущее планеты. И меня прям подавили. Мне сказали: нет, это неправда. И вот как бороться именно с таким, или, может, это нужно как-то избегать?
Сейчас, Сергей Иванович. Смотрите, вот в смысле общественных дискуссий, в том числе и на той, может быть, недружественной дискуссии, в той атмосфере, в которую вы попали некомфортно, на той конференции, у вас может быть только одна позиция. Аргументированно, терпеливо, убежденно объяснять свою позицию, приводя примеры. И подкреплять эту позицию действиями, которые мы производим в наших странах и в нашем совместном международном сообществе. Но вот смотрите, у нас сегодня два измерения все время. Есть измерение такое практическое, о котором Владимир Игоревич говорил, коллеги, вы в которую работу вовлечены. Ну, то есть как организовать центр наш международный, какие программы запускать, как станции строить, как делать баланс между большой и малой атомной энергетикой, между энергетическими технологиями. А есть все время глобальный аспект. И в этом смысле, конечно, дискуссия об атомной энергетике, о ее незаменимости, о рисках, которые, как и любая технология, она в себе содержит, она же будет. Она будет и на протяжении нашей жизни, и на протяжении вашей жизни. И, может быть, я вот хочу, чтобы мои товарищи, коллеги, независимо от их возраста и научных знаний, поддерживали эту дискуссию. Нам не надо ее бояться. Нам есть что сказать по всем аспектам, начиная с устойчивого развития планеты в целом, наших стран в частности, кончая конкретными технологиями, конкретными предложениями, которые реализуются, как говорится, на земле в железе. Вот, поэтому мы участвуем в этой дискуссии, она пройдет, Джойс об этом говорила, в том числе и на КОП-28, на партнерской конференции по климатической повестке, уже считанные недели до этого остались. Эта дискуссия будет организована в том числе и на уровне МАГАТЭ, и она продолжается. Поэтому, Диан, во-первых, огромное спасибо вам и всем членам нашей молодежной международной команды за активную пропаганду атомных технологий. И не просто эмоциональную, но очень аргументированную и действительно научно обоснованную. Другой разговор. Эта дискуссия будет продолжаться, она точно будет идти в этом году, в следующем, многие десятилетия, и мы ее приветствуем, потому что эта дискуссия возможна для нас в очередной раз доказать абсолютную безальтернативность атомных технологий. Спасибо большое.
13:06, хронометраж исчерпан, поэтому, друзья, кто хотел еще задать вопрос, задайте в кулуарах. Я от себя две вещи буквально добавлю. Знаете, я вот вначале же сказал, что зачем вот говорить о замене одной энергетики другой. Больше того, на самом деле, есть сейчас очень интересные технологии, например, перехвата СО2. Перехват. Традиционная энергетика, но ты перехватываешь и закачиваешь это СО2 в то, чего в России, кстати сказать, как нигде много. В освободившиеся пласты от нефтегазовой. Это осуществимо. Там разная экономика. В России, например, регион рознь. Есть регионы, где в этом экономика есть где это делаешь для красоты. Но это я к тому, что я не апологет атомной промышленности, но, отвечая на ваш вопрос, начну с утверждения, в которое я искренне верю. Знаете, у России не энергобаланс, а конфетка, вызывающая просто зависть вот в остальном мире. У нас конфетка, а не энергобаланс. Вот про нас говорят, что грязный, все, да наоборот. Ну, наоборот. Ну, сколько? 20, сейчас у атомного 20, 18? Ну, 18-20, да, там. Гидро, тип 15. Ну, газа, понятно, много по определенным причинам. И 15% угольной генерации. 15%. Повторяю, это не так плохо, в конце концов, и есть куда это СО2 девать. Потом СО2 это тоже не зло абсолютно. Без СО2 деревья не растут, и газировки не бывает. Немцы, вот они сейчас позакрывали АЭС. Под лозунгами, да, сделаем мир чище. Знаете, какой процент сейчас угольной генерации в Германии? 19. И вот как бы сухой остаток-то. А сухой остаток-то вот, боролись за чистоту, а получили... Понятно, что это очевидно будет меняться. Вот. Сейчас вот лития на Кольском полуострове нароем со страшной силой, решим проблему накопителей. Вот. Боливийцы нам помогут. Но да, вот он сухой остаток. Ладно, это я замолк, потому что не мое дело модератора отвечать на вопросы, но я просто хотел поделиться этим делом. Последнее, что я скажу. Вы здесь люди серьезные, обладающие техническими знаниями. Я-то вот, так сказать, непонятно кто, кандидатишка исторических наук, занимаюсь лженаукой. Но даже в лженауках бывают интересные факты. Ведь вот вы по привычке говорите «Обнинск», а на самом деле был долгий период в истории этого населенного пункта, когда он назывался Обнинское. И здесь, извините, ради бога, я по-русски буду говорить, потому что это невозможно обыграть по-английски. И вот с этим Обнинским у сотен тысяч, десятков тысяч людей есть совершенно иная ассоциация, чем с атомом. Здесь располагался удивительный, совершенно потрясающий детский дом интернациональный, куда попадали детишки испанских республиканцев, дети войны, которые бежали от войны в Испании, и их приучил Советский Союз. Среди них было несколько совершенно знаковых фигур потом в советской истории, в испанской истории. Но вот для людей с моим складом ума, я, конечно, наблатыкался в ваших энергетических вещах, но у меня первая ассоциация с намоленностью этой части Калужской области вот в этом. Здесь на самом деле, задолго до той гениальной вещи, которую сделал Курчатов, здесь уже было намоленное место. Место, где люди рассуждали категориями спасения жизни и улучшения жизни, и улучшения качества. И вы знаете, может быть, действительно во мне говорит, преимущественно гуманитарий, пусть и сознание испорчено слишком большим количеством лишних знаний об энергетике. Но у меня почему-то есть ощущение, что когда вы сейчас запустите вот этот новый проект в Обнинске тех, он будет на 99%, естественно, касаться технических вещей, но я рискну предположить, что, может быть, вы даже когда-нибудь факультет философии основите. Потому что никакой разговор про развитие энергетики сейчас невозможен без действительно философского осознания того, зачем, куда и как это способно поменять жизнь отдельного человека, обществ, отдельно взятой деревенской общины и большого города. Оно же все про это. И мне кажется, что если можно приходить к выводу какому-то на основе этой сессии, да, корпоративные люди, конечно же, про себя подумали, атому быть. Хорошо, быть. Кто-то, кто такой более технически ориентированный человек, наверное, сейчас даже немножко недоволен уйдет с сессии, скажет, как-то хотелось больше технических деталей, а мне говорят, какое-то устойчивое развитие. Нет, естественно, это нормально. В конце концов, обратите внимание, молибден 99 и йод 131 из моих уст только прочел. Все они проигнорировали это замечательное знание. Но мы сегодня, заглядывая в будущее Обнинска, мне кажется, заглядываем в будущее совершенно иного отношения к промышленному, уж тем более к устойчивому развитию. И мне лично очень приятно, что, во-первых, никто не ушел, это всегда достижение любой сессии, даже народ приходил. В кулуарах не слышно криков и воплей, потому что слушают, вместо того, чтобы чай пить. И очень много я сегодня видел на лицах и участников нашей уважаемой панели, и тех, кто был онлайн, и тех, кто в зале, рефлексий. рефлексии вот про это, про то, что я сейчас упомянул. Я не знаю, можно ли сейчас смотреть в будущее с оптимизмом, но смотреть в него надо, и сегодня мы взглянули. Всем спасибо большое. Хорошей работы всем.
Let's give a good round of applause to all the speakers of the first opening plenary session, and thank you to Mr. Brilov for moderating the first session. Thank you so much for our speakers. So please, let's give him a room. here, or everyone who's interested is already here. If you have a cell phone of your colleagues, please call them up, say they are actually starting the next session. This guy with a weird name, Artem, is announcing the beginning of the session and so on. So please give him a call because we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, please take your seats. Take your seats. We're ready to begin. Hopefully you have the headsets with you. Number 1 is for the Russian language. Number 2 is for the English. Okay, and before the start, I'd like to announce the theme and the topic of the next session, which is called Energy for Humanity, Unlocking the Potential of Nuclear Energy. And I'd like to welcome here on this stage our moderator of the session, Vice Rector for International Strategy and Development of MIFI, Dmitry Savkin. Dmitry, please welcome. Welcome to this stage. Give a good round of applause for our moderator. Thank you, Dmitry. And please welcome our participants. Head of Construction Projects, El-Daba Nuclear Power Plant, Egypt, Mr. Ibrahim Gamal Hamdi Mohamed Helmi. Please welcome. Welcome up here on the stage. Head of Department for Tariff and Land Relations, Rosatom Overseas, Mr. Svetoslav Pich. Hi. Group Executive for Human Resources, Eskom Holdings, SOC Limited, LC Pool. LC, please welcome to the stage. Acting Head of Nuclear Knowledge Management Section, Division of Planning, Information and Knowledge Management, Department of Nuclear Energy, Mr. Pedro Porras. Pedro Porras, please welcome. And the next speakers will join us online, on the screen. It's advisor to the Managing Director of Walchand Nagar Industries, Niyam Mohammed Nadaf, and ex-Indian ambassador to the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mr. Dinkar Shrivastava. They're going to join us online. Dmitry, it's all yours. It's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear friends, for going to our session today. You know that nuclear energy is very important for the force energy transit globally. We are now on the edge of the new era. As for now, there are nearly 436 working reactors in 32 countries globally. And as our panelists on the first session said, that nearly 20% of all energy are produced by the nuclear reactors, so this is a nuclear energy. And this is very important to understand what is the role of this source in the future life, because energy is a very essential part of all the processes like industry, agriculture, transportation, networking, forming the new shape of the world like supercomputers, quantum communications, medicine, and other. The Soviet nuclear project, which started nearly 70 years ago, fostered other areas of industry such as medicine, material science, and improved, in fact, the human lives. So here we got a number of brilliant speakers, brilliant panelists who represent either companies or national authorities or projects. And I would like to give a floor to Mr. Ibrahim Gamal Hamdi Mohamed Helmi, who is representing Egypt, a newcomer in the world of nuclear energy. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to be here in Obnинск. I will talk with our colleagues from youth here about how the nuclear power plant is very important for our country in Egypt. Egypt is witness a huge development through building new cities in various areas of the country. This is to expand in different areas from capital and to offer you a better living atmosphere. The importance of construction new roads and bridges comes as a result of general tendency in the government policy towards improving the level of the transportation and roads networks of rise the standard of living of the citizen, as well as the ability to facilitate trade and transportation production. And Egypt is build a smart administrative capital for urban and new capital, okay? And this concept of residence and is expected to accommodate around 40 million people by reach 2050, high-speed railways and other infrastructure. Of course, the Daba project, one of the main infrastructures which our government developed, and it's planned to build this nuclear power plant from late 1970s with the start of site selection. And the Daba nuclear power project investigates the construction of 4 1,200 megawatt electricity pressurized water reactor. We will use Russian VVER 1200 designed for Daba. I will give you some historical information about Egyptian nuclear field. Somebody knows Egypt is one of the newcomers, but I think this needs to be amended. It's not a newcomer in this field. We start participated in establishing the International Atomic Energy Agency at 1957, and the Egyptian Atomic Energy Commission established in 1955, and the nuclear power plant is established in 1976. And already we have 2 research reactors from Russia in 1961 and from Argentina 1998. So we are not newcomers, but we complete our program according to some important decisions taken by our government in October 2007. A strategic decision was taken to start a nuclear energy generation program, Sustainable Development Vision 2030 forces. By the end of the period, established Daba MPP with a 9% of share of nuclear in the country fuel mix for electricity production. The Daba MPP project resumed after 2 years interruption due to some interruptions, Arab Spring, but it's start again at 2014 with a lot of main steps taken by the government. Okay. A lot of cooperation with IEA and advanced countries. Cooperation with IEA is developed in the Egypt nuclear infrastructure. One dimension of this cooperation is to build up the Egyptian capacity of human resources need for the nuclear power program. With IEA assistance, many of Egyptian attendants in and outside Egypt workshops, training courses, and scientific visits in various topics within the previous years. IEA support us for some improvement, some actions taken for site requirements, workforce planning, project management, safety and security, economics and financing, public commissioning, quality assurance and quality control, a lot of things. Egypt has kept close cooperate relationship with IEA since it decided to build its first nuclear power plant, involving activity the IEA in reviewing the Daba site safety issue. Daba site assessment 1980 until to 2019. Egypt adopted the IAEA milestones approach, which is divided into 3 phases and 3 milestones. IAEA supports Egypt in many nuclear power plant projects, areas such as project management, providing trainings, as well as holding workshops. Now, in our project, we are in the phase 3. We talk about there is 3 phases. First phase, consideration before deciding to launch a nuclear power program is taken. Second phase, preparatory work for the contracting and construction of a nuclear power plant after a policy decision has been taken. Activities to implement the first nuclear power plant is already in progress. And we are succeed to make a lot of good results last 2 years. First concrete for unit 1 and 2 and 3, and we're looking for first concrete for unit 4 after around 1 month. And we so close to install the first long lead equipment in next October. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Helmi. I have a question to you. This is very challenging to build a huge nuclear power plant in terms of finding the human capital, people, engineers, and support team, impact team, which will help to start this kind of project. What kind of activities do you have in El-Daba project to attract those people? Do you train them abroad or in Egypt? Do you cooperate with some local universities or foreign universities?
Already we have a lot of cooperation with different development of this technology. We cooperate with Rosatom for training our teams for construction and for also for commissioning in future. We work to make these trainings inside Egypt and outside Egypt, and sometimes it's hold this training in Russian Federation here. And a lot of workshops cooperated with IAEA, which can improve and increase the quality of our engineers and the safety culture for our team in the project.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to know your experience in this area. And I can tell that the Egypt government initiated the process of opening the branches of top Russian nuclear universities in Egypt. So we are in the process of this project, and several Russian universities are already included in the negotiation process to build those campuses on Bork Al Arab Technical University spot, not far from El-Daba, I think 200 kilometers. Thank you so much. And now we are moving to the Indian subcontinent, and I would like to give a floor to Mr. Dinkar Shrivastava, ex-Indian ambassador to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Can we switch on? His Excellency.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we still cannot see you. Yeah, that's it. So, it's nice that you join us. We know that India now is one of the world's leaders in decarbonization and implementing those strategies and transition to clean energy. And why has India made the sustainable development agenda the basis for its development plans? And we would like to ask you, what are the basic principles that guide India in this regard, and how does it influence the system of training specialists, the human capital for the energy sector? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me at your conference, and I'm very glad to be with you because I have visited your country a number of times while I was in service for offshore discussions. And your country has played a major role in India's industrialization, not simply nuclear program, but also in other sectors, especially heavy industries. India's nuclear program, like much of its power program, is driven by requirements of Indian economy. Indian economy is the fastest growing large economy in the world today. It's growing at a rate much faster than the Chinese. Our economy grew by almost 7% last year. The Chinese economy grew by 0.3%. Of course, their economy is 6 times larger than India. So we have to, now in terms of per capita consumption, India's consumption is just 1100 units per capita. This is 1/3 of the international average. And in order to catch up with developed countries, we need to increase this. India has a lot of infrastructure development program and industrialization to complete. And even though manufacturing is just about 14-15% of India's GDP, even the service economy will require a lot of energy. Now, with the stress on decarbonization, India has accepted net zero emission goal by 2070. We need to rework the numbers. Now, let me first give you the government numbers, which are based on current projections. And this is, we have a total installed capacity of about 400 gigawatt, out of which nuclear is a tiny 6.7 gigawatt, or roughly or less than 2%. In terms of generation, it is about 5% or so, because nuclear has a much higher plant load factor. But going forward, by 2030, Prime Minister has announced India's installed capacity will double from 400 gigawatt to 800 gigawatt, out of which 500 gigawatt, or roughly 60%, will be renewable. Now, the remaining, about 30% is going to be still, the coal, and then nuclear share would have gone up slightly to 5 or 6%. Now, this is where we have to now look at, and this is, in terms of nuclear capacity, we are right now at about 7 gigawatt. This will go up to 21 gigawatt, or triple by 2030. It is still very small. Now, I am with the Vivekananda International Foundation, or VIF, and VIF appointed a task force headed by Dr. Kakorkar, former chairman, Atomic Energy Commission. And we have brought out a report, which is in public domain. I can send you a link, which has charted the requirement, India's energy requirement to reach net zero by 2070. And the numbers are quite large. Now, we have done two things. We have tried to find out what is a minimum quantum of energy required. And, decarbonization of economy goes beyond decarbonization of power sector. Power sector accounts for only 45% of emissions. So you can never reach net zero if you are only confining your efforts to power sector. You have to decarbonize other sectors also. Now, what does it do to your electricity requirement? As the new sectors are brought under electrification based on clean sources, which are only two, renewable or nuclear, the quantum of electricity required goes up. And this goes up much beyond the current projections, which are simply based on power sector's requirements in the past. Now, according to our projection, we will require something like 24,000 terawatt hour to 30,000 terawatt hour by 2070 to decarbonize Indian economy. Right now, our generation is just about 1,200. So this is, almost 20 times increase over a period of 50 years. In terms of capacity, there's a very sharp difference. If you take the renewable route, you require much higher capacity because the plant load factor is lower at 22%. In case you follow the nuclear route, you can achieve the same generation with a much smaller capacity. So in other words, for the same generation, you will need a renewable stack of something like this will be 14 to 15,000 gigawatt. With nuclear-led approach, you can do the same thing with about 6,000 gigawatt, of which 3,000 gigawatt will be renewable and 3,000 gigawatt will be nuclear. Now you compare this with the current capacity, so you realize the magnitude of the problem that we face. And of course, the numbers which I'm telling you, these are based on our study. These are not government numbers. And of course, we hope to nudge the government to move in that direction. So we have a huge requirement. We also need, your country's cooperation. Rosatom has built 6,000 megawatt, two nuclear power plants. 2 are already on stream and 4 are in different stages of, 2 more are complete and 2 have, I think, just started. But we need much more, and we also need, and there will also be scope for Russian SMR, because a number of coal power plants will be retired, and brown fields, that is, sites where existing coal power plants are located, there we can put up small size nuclear power plants, and that is where the SMR comes. And I understand that the only SMR which is licensed for commercial production is the Russian SMR. It's a small one, 40. I think the capacity is 40 megawatt, and it's barge mounted. But and we are also looking at new scale, which is an American model, and various other options. But so as I said, we'll have two streams. We'll have a fleet which will have to be made with the largest size reactors, and we'll also need to supplement it with SMR. The requirement of, we have in India, we have an indigenous stream of nuclear reactors. These are 700 megawatt. These have been designed and built by NPCIL, and we also have an imported stream, which is a light water reactor, which is what we are getting from Russia, and we might get from France and perhaps US in future. There's no decision on that, but Russia, of course, the program is going on. Now, the third part, that is the users of nuclear energy, will go up beyond electricity generation to supply of process heat, to desalination, to waste disposal. So we have a huge requirement of nuclear power.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have a question about the training of personnel for this amount of energy supply in India. India is a very important country in terms of developing this kind of energy sources, and those plans are really ambitious. I'm not sure that they will be implemented, but how you train personnel? Do you attract them, or do you have some programs with local universities, training centers, or train them abroad? Thank you.
Before I answer your question, let me just add, your comment, you're not sure they'll be implemented. I do hope that they'll be implemented, not for my sake, but for the sake of my grandchildren, because India's economy needs power, and the bulk power, stable base load without emission, can only come from nuclear. Now, to answer your question, that is a manpower requirement. Currently, we have about a requirement of something like 500 engineers. And these are taken from, we have a very large corpus of technical institutions and universities. This also includes an IIT, which was established with Soviet collaboration. Now, so the initial intake is from the market, from these universities. But once they join the nuclear program, and there are two streams. One is the BARC, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, which is more on R&D, and the other is the Nuclear Power Corporation. So once they have joined these two institutes, then there are Then there are training establishments for in-house training for them. We have a HBNI. This is a nuclear university located in Bombay. There's also on-site training in Rajasthan, and I understand for the Russian stream of reactors, 1,000 megawatt light water reactors, which are being built, we send our engineers and scientists for training to your country. And of course, in future, this will have to be increased. Now, this is the requirement of the government. But, now there's a vendor industry which has come up, which includes L&T, which includes Volchand, which is participating in your conference, which includes Tata Power, which includes Dotcell. So there's a large, now they have their own requirements and they also take them in-house, but they from the market, but they also have developed their own training institutions. But this will have to increase, and in fact, we have done 2 reports on the nuclear power. One was Nuclear Power India's Development Imperative. It's available on our website. This was specifically to look at the requirements of nuclear power industry. This was done about 3 years ago, and again, this group was chaired by Dr. Kakodkar, former chairman, Atomic Energy Commission. And this has a section on the training requirements. Now, the second report, which was done recently, that was for, India's energy transition in a carbon-constrained world, which looks at the requirements of net zero emissions by 2070, and which is a much more ambitious program, and this is also available on the net. So both of them raise the issue of finance, but as important, or perhaps even more important than finance, is the manpower requirement. And I'm glad that you have raised this question, because manpower, especially for a sophisticated area like nuclear power, this cannot be raised, instantly. This requires a long-term program, and I think we need to do a lot to build that up. And I would be very much interested to know at some stage, not today, the programs that you have. I was at one stage ambassador to Czech Republic, which has BVR design, Russian design nuclear program, and I visited some of their training institutions. I'll be very interested to see yours also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We will move to India a bit later with another panelist, but now I would like to give a floor to the representative of another BRICS country, Elsie Puel, who is representing Eskom Holding. Elsie, I recently came to South Africa at the beginning of April, and I noticed that many universities would like to develop nuclear education. I was in several of them. We are the partners of Witwatersrand University, and some other universities like Zululand University is our partner as well. And I also noticed some blackouts in the middle of the day. So I have a question. What role nuclear energy plays and will play in the development of South Africa? And how it's possible to train or attract personnel for Coburg nuclear power plant or some other future nuclear projects in South Africa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't think you were going to start with the blackout, so I'm going to get you for that. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for having us to come share some of our insights with you, especially around talent. As the head of human resources at Eskom, my business is about ensuring that we've got a workforce that is future fit. And I've been listening to all speakers, and if you've looked at what has happened over the years, it looks like we have got so much comfort in terms of creating the scarcity of skills. The governor earlier spoke about yesterday was too early and tomorrow is too late. And I think we'll be judged harshly if 5 or 10 years down the line we're still talking about scarcity when we've got an opportunity now to collaborate and start building those capabilities that we believe we're going to require moving forward. I think it will also be remiss of me not to just create context about where I come from. Eskom is one of Africa's largest energy utility which supplies when we are on, 90% of South Africa's electricity needs and about 45% of Africa's electricity needs. We operate across the entire electricity value chain. Currently, we generate power, we transmit and we distribute. However, we are in a process of unbundling Eskom to make sure that we create a sustainable energy environment moving into the future. Our vision as Eskom is a sustainable power for a better future, and I think it resonates very clearly with what we're trying to achieve here in terms of empowering education for the world's sustainable tomorrow. And I think that's the focus for Eskom, for South Africa, as well as for the BRICS countries. So it's very important that we never miss that opportunity to do that. As committed leaders, and I think I'm very encouraged to see so many young leaders here really concerned about the future and making sure that we contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So as Eskom, we employ about 40,000 employees. We contribute indirectly to about 100,000 jobs in the country. We spend billions of rands to train our workforce. So we used to boast about training every single year about 10,000 learners, understanding that we're not only training them for Eskom. Our position being a state organ is to make sure that we train not only for the country, but we train for the world as well. So you go anywhere in the world, you're going to meet a South African who's very competent. So I really believe, and if you go back, you'll probably find that. And if you go back a bit, you're going to find that they had been trained by Eskom. So that's a challenge I'm giving you. And I think these investments are very important. But what's important is that as leaders in human resources, we need to understand that talent is mobile. So people will move across the globe. But it's also very important to understand that if you do not work together and build that capacity, one day we're going to be facing a huge risk in terms of talent. If you look at the energy industry globally, for us to empower young people, future leaders, we need to ensure that we are aware of the ecosystem. Globally, the energy sector is transforming. There's been a lot of talk around the just energy transition. I think it's a good thing. But I think it's also very important for all of us in developed and developing countries to then question ourselves that when we talk about the just energy transition, just for who? I know that's very sensitive currently, especially for people who've got big purses of money. But there is no way we can claim just energy transition for somebody else without their involvement. So inclusion is key in terms of that. So as we evolve from a very predictive, vertically integrated and centralized models with a single flow of electricity to customers, to a decentralized and competitive model with bi-directional flow where customers now become the producers of power, we need to be very creative as people who are in energy. It also introduces new players to the industry in a way that we've never seen before. The most significant of this is the shift towards nuclear and other greener, cleaner technologies, which aims to reduce the overall emissions in line with global commitments to the Paris Agreement. So if I was a politician, I was going to tell you that Africa needs more than Egypt. We need another big nuclear plant. And the reason why I say so is that in our country, we have also learned, particularly now when we face blackouts, we have also learned that with nuclear, it might be very expensive to build, but once it starts running, it provides reliable power and is a good source of baseline power. So nuclear science and technology is not only a source of clean and reliable energy, as I said, but it's also a very powerful tool for innovation, development, and social progress. It can help us, I think, as a globe, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals if we focus. And that way, we will end poverty, hunger, ensuring the quality of education and healthcare, combating also climate change and other pollution challenges, and most importantly, promoting peace and cooperation on the globe. So what are the benefits of the energy transition I spoke about, particularly to young people? The world's energy transition, which is the process of shifting from fossils to renewable sources, while ensuring that no one is left behind or harmed by the change, can benefit young people in many ways. This transition is key to developing economies. However, it should not be done at the expense of developing countries, and has to be paced to ensure that all countries are on board. Some of the benefits, I believe, would be developing skills and knowledge that can help young people find jobs and opportunities across the globe in the green economy as well as in the nuclear space. The nuclear energy creates high-paying jobs, I think, and supports local communities. That way will contribute to a large extent in terms of ending poverty. And I think if there was a time that Africa needed that, this is the time. I think it also creates opportunities for young people to participate, and I listened to the debates we had earlier, to really participate, but not only by debates or by conferences like this, but by really getting involved in the dialogue and the decision-making around what decisions we need to consider, particularly for a balanced mix of energy sources in our countries. It will also allow young people to have access to cleaner and affordable energy that can power their homes, schools, businesses, and most importantly, impact their health positively. It can contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and the mitigation of climate change impacts, which we all know that poses a lot of threats in terms of our health and well-being. It will also contribute for youth enjoying a more sustainable and equitable world. So the world has to be much better for the younger people and the future leaders, for them, rather than how it has been always in terms of human rights, social justice, environmental protection, and also for everybody believing that they are included and they are involved in the decisions affecting their future. So it's very important that young people participate in the energy sector and in the nuclear energy industries. So hopefully, when we come back here, we'll probably have an all-young panel here sitting here. So just to create some context in terms of some of the numbers I've picked up, if you look at the 2021 Global Energy Talent Index report, it surveyed people who are working in the nuclear sector across 166 countries. Only 29% of the respondents were under 34 years of age, compared to 71% who were 35 and over. This means that young people are underrepresented in the nuclear energy sector, and that is a big challenge for us as human resources leaders, as we focus on working on talent. And I think organizations and forum, and last night I was very impressed at dinner when I met a lot of youngsters who are on the Impact Forum, and I think we should be doing that more and more, and we should also make sure that we involve more young people in terms of contributing to these decisions. And there are similar bodies, bodies that have got synergies in terms of what you're doing, and I believe that loads and loads of collaboration will really help us. And I think as young people who are already involved in STEM, we need to make sure that we lift others as we rise. We go into underprivileged communities and we make sure that we empower youngsters with information, and we also recruit them and we support them in this environment. So it's very important that if you do that, we can sustain ourselves moving forward. So if you look at Sustainable Development Goal number 7, calls for affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all of us by 2030. And we all know, and we've heard from the previous speakers, that we are far from that, but I'm one of those people who believe in a half full cup than a half empty. And I'm more motivated when I see so many people here having sort of taken time out to come and make critical decisions and listen to some of the studies, the interventions, some of the work that our colleagues are doing in Egypt, in Turkey, and so on. So it's becoming very clear with all of those projects we have on nuclear, The next big issue is going to be talent. So we shouldn't wait. We should actually start now. So if I have to break a little bit, because I've been triggered, when we recruited at Quebec at some point, Quebec is our nuclear plant, the only nuclear plant we have, currently the only plant we have on the continent. It was built in 1976 and we sort of synchronized, we commissioned it in 1984-85 respectively. It's about a 1,940 megawatt plant, a pressurized water reactor. There's always been, based on the politics in the country, this whole narrative that there's an exodus of skills and we're losing skills. If we lose skills, we are going to lose our license. So in 2016, we went out, we recruited 100 youngsters to start training them as future nuclear operators, and 40 of those were women, ma'am. And when I came here, I met 2 of them in this room. What did I say about ESCOM training for the world? So it's very important that we are very deliberate and intentional as leaders of corporations and as leaders of countries to actually walk the talk. When you're talking about talent, when you're talking about empowering young people, when you're talking about building for the future, we need to be very intentional around that. So ESCOM believes that education is key to unlocking potential of our people and our country. Education empowers individuals to pursue their dreams, to contribute to society, and to shape the future. Education also enables us to address challenges we face as a nation, as a global community, such as poverty, inequality, climate change, and energy security. That is why we, as ESCOM, we invest so much in education initiatives such as bursaries, scholarships, learnerships, skills development programs, and also collaborations. We also partner with schools and universities. We fund universities to also make sure that they are relevant in terms of delivering nuclear training. And we partner with a lot of the higher institutions of learning in that country. We're doing a lot of work in terms of young people, sort of encouraging them to choose STEM subjects. We run an annual science expo where we also prioritize the understanding and the awareness of nuclear, particularly in communities that would otherwise not have been informed about nuclear. But the important thing is that we cannot do this alone. We need collaborations and cooperations from all stakeholders in education and the energy sector, from policymakers to educators, from parents to students, from civil society to the private sector. We need to work together to ensure that every single child has access to quality education that is relevant, inclusive, and responsive to their needs and aspirations. We need to create a learning environment that nurtures creativity, critical thinking, and curiosity. And we need to equip our learners with the knowledge, skills, and values that enable them to thrive in future. In closing, I've been talking a lot.
It's very interesting. I guess after everything else you just said, all the young professionals from South Africa should submit their CVs to her.
So in closing, empowering education for the world's sustainable tomorrow is not only a moral obligation, but it's a strategic imperative. It is essential for our national development and our global competitiveness. It is also vital for our collective well-being and our shared destiny. As Nelson Mandela, South Africa's first black and fully democratically elected president, once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elsie. It was really impressive. So now we would like to move to another BRICS country. It's Russia. And у нас есть представитель России, Святослав Пих. Не секрет, что ядерные технологии имеют различные применения. И мы сейчас говорили о людях, которые задействованы в развитии больших атомных станций. Но сейчас мы бы хотели послушать опыт строительства малой станции под конкретную задачу, под конкретный проект. Потому что, в общем, для некоторых небольших индустриальных задач этой энергетической мощности достаточно. Передаем вам слово.
Спасибо большое. I'll switch into English. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. All the speakers given a lot of topics, very hot topics, and one of them is the education of personnel, education of talents, and another one was SMR. So my topic is going to be a combination of this, SMR and talents in very harsh, isolated conditions, the Russian Arctic. And I will talk about this particular topic today, and I would like you to see how far we went with the building of the first world SMR of Russian design. So firstly, I would like to talk briefly about Rosatom, and that Rosatom is actually the best in the nuclear sphere in the world. And this is, that you can see from the screen, from the slide, and from the numbers on the slide. We have more than 300,000 employees within our Rosatom. More than 30 NPP units are being built right now all over the world by Rosatom, and almost 40 units are being operated in Russia. So we have more than 300 enterprises within Rosatom. And we're developing businesses. Which businesses we're developing? Right now you can see, as you can see from the slide as well, these businesses are nuclear, energy, and non-nuclear also. The business that we are going to talk today within my presentation, it's the energy business, but based on non-energy nuclear technologies. These technologies developed from small modular reactors that we are actually implementing right now on the nuclear icebreaker fleet. Probably you know about that. It's more than a 50 years history of our exploration of the North and the Arctic. And since 1954, we're developing SMRs, which we're implementing on the nuclear icebreakers. So the total experience of the SMRs, developing SMRs and the working of the SMRs is more than 100 years. We've already implemented one project. It's the world's first floating nuclear power plant, Academic Lomonosov, which is currently functioning since 2020 in the very harsh conditions in Chukotka region, Pivek. It's a small city, but this nuclear power plant is supplying the energy not only for this Pivek small city, but also to the industrial consumers all over the region. And the technology, the nuclear technology, is based on the nuclear reactor, the SMR reactor, which was implemented way before we've created nuclear floating power plant. And right now I'm going to talk about the new generation of the reactors that we are actually implementing on our project, land-based project. It's the Ritten 200 reactor. It's the proven PWR technology. It's the reactor which has the predecessor of the reactors which we are implementing on the nuclear icebreaker fleet and Academic Lomonosov, but brand new and integral and very, very, very stable and very efficient. So as we move forward to implement all these energy solutions, we've considered not only floating NPPs, but also land-based NPPs, which are which are needed for the Russian Arctic and the development of the isolation regions. So, as you can see from the slide, this is our typical project with the Ritten 200 reactors, 2 of them inside one NPP. I won't stop just briefly on the technical aspects. And one of the biggest and one of the most important aspect is the fuel campaign. You have to change the fuel once in 5 to 6 years, which is very important and very crucial in the isolated conditions within the Russian Arctic and maybe all over the world where the supply of the energy is very limited to the logistics. Like there are so many places all over the world, not only Arctic. So as we move forward, right now we can see from the slide the map of Russian Federation, and the little dot, red dot, is the place where we're building our first world SMR based on written 200 technology. It's the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia. We've already moved forward, very far way forward on this project. We've finished the technical design a year ago for the reactor. So the reactor is ready to be produced and to be installed in our SMR. The main NPP, nuclear power plant SMR, nuclear power plant consumer, is going to be an big industrial consumer. So, but not only the industrial consumer, but the people, the local people who are living in the Arctic in the very harsh conditions. So, and on April 2023, we've received the site license. So one of the first licenses that are actually acquired by the regulator. So right now we are moving forward to finish our technical design and have already started the construction works for the roads, for the builders' camps, and already starting preparation works for the main site of the nuclear power plant. So as for the UN goals that actually we are looking at as well by our project in general, by SMR project in general and our project, we are looking at not only employment of the people who are living in these regions, and not only for the economic development of the Arctic and the isolated regions, but also we're looking forward for the education and the talent acquisition. So what we're doing actually our project right now is to find the local talents from high school, and we're bringing them to our universities, MIFI University as well. So, and signing the contracts with them. So after education, they are going to work for Rosatom in general, and actually they will work at the NPP, which will be built in 2028. So by the end of their education, there will be young, talented specialists who are going to come to the nuclear power plant and operate it. So, and this is great because these people know their territory, know their region, the conditions in the region, and they love their region, their republic, so wherever they live. So that is a good motivation to come back and to stay in their homeland. So this is probably all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Svetoslav. We are out of time, so I would like to give a floor to another panelist from India, Mr. Nijam Mohammed Nadav. Now it's a corporate sector. He's representing the Valchandagar Industries Limited. So can we switch on, Mr. Nadav? Yeah. So we got not too much time, so please tell us about the changing requirements for industry professionals based on your experience? And what are the principles of the Indian energy transition program? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given for me to be here in this conference. Just to answer your question, India, since the beginning, that is since 1950s, we have a major issue about the fuel, nuclear fuel, and we do not have a good uranium fuel, and therefore we banked upon the three-stage program. That is stage 1 with the natural uranium and the heavy water reactors, which is PSWRs, pressurized heavy water reactors, with the help of the Canadians, and we built them 220 megawatts. Then we designed, upgraded them to 540 megawatts, and now 700 megawatts, which is operating full power. The stage 2 will be the plutonium which is generated from these reactors will be utilized in the fast breeder reactors. And we have a test reactors 40 megawatts, which has been commissioned long ago, and it has been operating well. And we have now constructed 500 megawatts of fast breeder reactor, which is in the commissioning stage. Now, in this particular reactor, the core will be plutonium based, and the outer periphery will be thorium, because we have plenty of thorium, and therefore the thorium will get converted to uranium-233, and that will be a fuel for the next generation of reactors. And the test reactors for uranium-233 based fuel is already been commissioned and operating. So this is a three-stage program, and it is going on well and going on successfully. We have our experience about the mobile reactor, which we have constructed, and the submarines are operating out at sea well. So then we have now started developing a molten salt reactor, and also Indian design for the SMR, which may be around 100 megawatts of power. Now, since our power requirements to decarbonize will be very high, so we are dependent on also induction of the nuclear power from the other countries. We have 2 reactors operating at Kudamkulam, 1000 megawatts of VVRs supplied by Russia, and 2 are under construction, and more sites are being designated for use of these particular reactors. We have also proposals from France, 1650 megawatts of EPRs, which is also under construction, and the site is already ready for receiving them. So now, as we discussed earlier, that the SMRs will fit in the bill for the coal-fired thermal power stations, which are very old and they need a replacement. We also requirement of remote areas like Leh, Ladakh, and also Port Blair, etc., where the grid is small, requirement is small, so smaller reactors can be installed there and can be operated. So these are the scenarios in which we are going. So our basic thrust will be a larger reactors, a multiple of them we call as a fleet mode operations. 10 reactors have already been approved by the government, and more fleet mode operations are likely to be coming in, so that we meet the requirements for decarbonization. We are also working for the SMRs so that the smaller reactor requirements can be met. So this is the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Nadav. It was really interesting. Thank you. Yeah, and we have the final panelist today. Pedro is representing International Atomic Energy Agency. So I would like to ask you some visionary question about the future of the nuclear energy. How do you estimate the nuclear energy in the world, how it will change the world, and how your organization is involved in the promotion of the nuclear education globally to build those sustainable professionals who will move forward nuclear energy in the world? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So since we are talking today about people, let's
gonna focus on the future of people and the nuclear energy. Our DDG Chudakov mentioned today that there are currently around 2.3 million people in the world working in nuclear, and in the next 10 years is expected to have 1 million more. That's a huge opportunity for all of you and all of us, right? We need to establish international partnerships. These nuclear projects are international. That requires international collaboration, and the IEA is the center of this international collaboration worldwide. This is one of the characteristics that differentiates the nuclear sector from other sectors, automotive, etc., is the international collaboration. Is needed and is fostered, and it requires from a different mindset, focusing on safety, focusing on collaboration, and so focusing on developing knowledge and skills. And these discussions normally at IEA, we have member states, official representatives, but also we try to address these challenges and opportunities in 3 levels: at member state, at national level, at organizational level, at individual level. So how to plan for the future workforce at national level to get the nuclear power supply that you need in the country, to also gather all the social economical benefits for the country. That's a question to address and to solve at national level. Then the organizations have to make sure that they come with the right workforce, with the right skills, and to retain this talent. Remember, it was mentioned, the talent can move, so you have to retain, to keep your colleagues, your workforce engaged and committed. And you have to create the ecosystem. And for each one of you, if you are at university level, study hard as you can, travel international, learn new languages, have this global mindset. If something happens in a small power plant anywhere in the world, it will affect the whole world. This is a different mindset. It's not only about competition as we see everywhere. It's about keeping the world safe, collaborating for the excellence. So 1 million jobs in 10 years for new people coming to the industry is a huge challenge. So from the agency, let me mention just one topic. We have schools of nuclear energy management, nuclear knowledge management. You can join, you can learn. We provide support to member states with workshops. Our Director General Grossi has a pledge for gender parity in the agency. We are on the way of achieving it. And he has established 2 programs. Lisa Minor program is a program of several weeks, experiential several weeks in technology for women, and Maria Sklodowska fellowship programs. Women who want to study a master in nuclear and then have an internship in the agency or in any other national research around the world, research center around the world. And also we have a program, a project to compile the best practices on human resources strategies to achieve or to focus, to improve gender equality in the organizations. So we are working heavily. We need to attract talent from the whole society, and that's why we need to focus on the whole society. We are competing with other industries, with other countries on attracting talent, retaining talent, and collaborating at the international level. So these are the opportunities that lie ahead, and I encourage all of you to continue the nuclear career. If you have a career, a job in a nuclear organization, you will have it for all your life because it's totally independent from economical cycles, etc. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Porras, and it is a pleasure to hear what International Atomic Energy Agency is doing. And it is a pleasure for me to say that this year, in March, we signed an agreement and MIFI University has become a resource center of the agency in Russia. And also talking about the scholarship of Maria Skłodowska-Curie for talented women who study nuclear majors, MIFI has become a head of consortia, operator of the scholarship on the territory of Russia. So for all the universities which are teaching nuclear majors in all the country. So I think we will have time for 2 questions because we started later. Yes, please. Can you give the microphone?
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Sabela Masego from South Africa. I work in the Quebec power plant. I'm one of the guys who were recruited by Miss Elsie Pule in 2016. My question is based on policy, regulation, and security. Since the focus is on the STEM subjects at the whole, what are we doing on the security side? Because security from the onset when we build a nuclear power plant or even when it's decommissioned, we still need security detail to be there. But there are no programs for securities that are mentioned within this. And the second one is about the policy and regulators. We haven't heard anything about the schools that are offering those kind of work that needs to be ground, because mostly in the African countries we struggle a lot in the regulatory and policy making for this nuclear industry. So which institutions can assist us? What are the plans from the IAEA to support the schools that we can offer those policy and regulation as well as security clusters? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a question to Pedro Porras first, because he's representing the organization which has those rules which are necessary to implement for all the countries who are involved in this nuclear history.
Thank you. So there are different aspects to answer the question. The agency, when gives support to newcomer countries, focuses on 19 infrastructure issues. One of them is legal regulation, another one is security aspects. So from, let's say, inception of the program till the completion, these, together with the other infrastructure issues, these two are supported and developed hand by hand, the member state and the agency. In that sense, there are many workshops that are implemented throughout the different years. Plenty, really. There is a division of nuclear security in the agency inside the Nuclear Safety and Security Department, and they provide a specific support on that. Actually, I didn't mention security, I mentioned safety, and I thought I should have mentioned it. Anyway. And then about legal, there are schools of legal. I think OECD NEA has a school together with IAEA, and I think there are now 2 types of schools for international nuclear law. Plus security events. There are many. I'm not myself working in that technical area, but I mean, if you Google IAEA security, you will find events, workshops, and they are open to member states. So you request through a contact point to participate, and you will be more than welcome. Actually, when there are requests from member states of participation, we are obliged. The IAEA is composed by member states, so totally open. It's just sometimes about looking for the information and just inviting yourself, and you will participate. So try to find the contact points, and then you will be invited, and it's totally open. Official representation, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we will have one more question, and that's all. Unfortunately, we are really running out of time.
Dobre Utra, everyone. My name is Songo Momoti. I'm also part of the ESCOM family. My question is a technical one, short one for Mr. Dimitri. I saw there one of your slides, 5 to 6 years for refueling. And that's, yeah, incredible. How do you guys get that right?
Thank you for the question. That comes from the slightly different technology, not the technology of VVR that you probably know. So it's the marine technology, and the marine is I call marine technology is for nuclear icebreakers. So what is the perception of the nuclear icebreaker? Is that the main idea is that you have a completely isolated boat in the North Pole, and it has to be very effective and efficient for a long period of time. You don't have, you cannot refuel any fuel, anything during the voyage. So this technology was made originally for the nuclear icebreakers. But our engineers modeled and designed the additions to the nuclear reactor so we can transfer it to the land and use all the benefits which we used in the marine reactor on the land. And it's very beneficial for the isolated territories like the Arctic, for instance. But not only the Arctic, maybe the islands, maybe the mainland, inland of Africa, where you cannot travel easily with very complicated logistics, which is very beneficial and important for the regions like that. So that's it.
Thank you so much. So to crown it all, I can say that the nuclear energy is developing. It's on the very important stage of its development, and it plays a very important role into force energy transit. So, and in the development of the nuclear energy, the human capital plays the most important role, the essential role. And we discussed different formats and different countries' cases about how to attract or train personnel. So private-public partnerships and corporate education, also transnational education programs, and inclusion, of course. Inclusion is very important. So thank you, dear brilliant speakers. So it will be a pleasure for us to invite you when we construct the Obnинsk Tech. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the speakers. Thank you for your good round of applause. The speakers, you can
будь то саркомы, молочная железа, шейка матки, поджелудочная и так далее. То есть мы обслуживаем весь спектр опухолевого образования, это первое. Но при этом всю эту большую технику, я потом покажу схему, в которой вы видите, насколько четко каждая грань должна быть отработана совместно с физиками, заточена на дозиметрии, на абсолютной дозиметрии, на относительной дозиметрии с использованием обязательного оборудования, когда математический расчет должен быть подтвержден быть дозиметрически непосредственно в пучке ускорителя. Это, безусловно, у нас должно быть быстрая пропускная способность, но при этом высокое качество безопасности облучения. Конечно, каждая машина и вызов для любого радиационного онколога – это подвижные опухоли. Например, рак легкого, который двигается одновременно вверх-вниз, вперед-назад и крутится вокруг сосудистого пучка – это подвижная мишень. И для физика, как и для врача, высокий вызов для того, чтобы обеспечить хорошее конформное облучение, при этом защитить здоровые структуры. Это, безусловно, радиохирургические методики. В некоторых локализациях опухоли мы можем претендовать на такие же результаты, как и при хирургической удалении опухоли. И это заслуга не только радиационного онколога. И, конечно, это интегрированная система, заточенная на безопасность и гарантии качества. Эволюция методик, которые сейчас претерпевает, исходит из того, что мы шагнули от простых полей облучения, и на сегодняшний день мы используем в своем облучении, если не останавливаться подробно на каждой методике, используем и, конечно, методы визуализации. И сегодня качественное облучение не может быть без ядерной медицины. Практически в 80-85% для проведения облучения мы используем ПЭТ-технологии, позитронно-эмиссионной томографии. Почему? Потому что, видя метаболическую активность опухоли, мы можем эффективно облучать только пораженную зону, защищая здоровые ткани, получая прекрасный результат, хорошую переносимость, низкую лучевую токсичность, и мы можем в этом случае добавлять уже и лекарственные препараты, и быстро реабилитировать этих пациентов. В дальнейшей работе, если вы обратите внимание, я, как уже сказала, позитронно-эмиссионная томография, компьютерная томография обязательно является компонентом предлучевой подготовки, после чего физик находится на каждом этапе проведения подготовительного этапа, так и первого дня сеанса облучения. Почему? Потому что все механические неточности, все погрешности линейного ускорителя, все возможности и сдвиги, а вы должны понимать, что пучок ускорителя, он настраиваемый физиком, и только физик понимает, при любом смещении опухоль может уйти из зоны облучения, тем самым мы теряем локальный контроль и эффективность. В этом случае мы всегда говорим о том, что нам нужно уменьшить человеческий фактор. И сегодня бесшовная система подготовки пациента к облучению говорит о том, что мы это можем сделать с минимальными потерями. Мы уже не видим тех осложнений, которые видели в начале еще 30-40 лет назад. И, конечно, я в своем коротком спиче хотела бы искренне заинтересовать вас в получении дополнительного образования в рамках медицинского физика, потому что это нужно и для ядерной медицины, это нужно нам. И поверьте, на сегодняшний день, например, в России работают около 600 медицинских физиков. Это мало, это недостаточно. В сравнении, например, с европейскими странами или, допустим, Соединенными Штатами, их работает в 3 раза больше. Это говорит о том, что это востребованная специальность, она нуждается в специалистах, таких как вы, и мы готовы для сотрудничества, и Росатом готов разрабатывать совместно с Институтом Ломоносова и МИФИ, МФТИ. У нас очень много больших программ для подготовки таких специалистов. Спасибо вам большое. Если будут какие-то вопросы, я готова ответить.
Спасибо вам большое, Ольга Никеева. И совершенно верно вы сказали, что физика нужна в медицине. Я это поняла только когда начала учиться в МФИ. И благодаря этому я сейчас вот медицинский физик. И ладно, переключусь на английском теперь. Definitely we should keep working to improve people's life with nuclear medicine. So now I will give the words to my colleague Oleg Mansour. Please.
So thank you very much. It's I just relaxed because you led the audience and our panel session very well. So, but now it's my turn to present Professor Baktigul Sultangaziyeva from Kyrgyzstan, our guest from Kyrgyzstan. She's a professor, doctor of medical science and honorary doctor of Kyrgyzstan. And since 2021, she has been a director of the National Center of Oncology and Hematology of the Kyrgyz Republic. So please, Dr. Sultangaziyeva, it's your turn to present.
Спасибо. Добрый день. Я являюсь директором Национального центра онкологии и гематологии, город Бишкек, Кыргызстан, это Средняя Азия. Наша республика с 7-миллионным населением. И применение ядерной технологии в мирных целях, это в медицине одно из основных тоже направлений, это онкология. И у нас в республике более 30 тысяч онкологических больных стоят на учете, это первичные и повторные. Ежегодно мы выявляем 6 тысяч первично выявленных онкологических больных, и 70, 80, даже 90% этих больных нуждаются в радиоизотопном методе исследования, применения именно ядерной технологии в медицине. Хочу отметить, что радиоизотопные методы исследования, применение радиофармпрепаратов у нас в республике ранее, вот еще в союзное время это было. Мы тесно связаны с российской технологией производства. В основном лучевая аппаратура и радиофармпрепараты у нас поставлялись с Российской Федерации. Поэтому все технологии, которые мы разрабатываем, которые мы применяем, были разработаны российскими специалистами и активно применялись. Был какой-то перерыв у нас в использовании ядерной технологии в медицине. Сейчас у нас идет развитие с помощью Росатома. Технологическое сотрудничество имеется. По программе технического сотрудничества МАГАТЭ был поставлен аппарат однофотонной эмиссионной томографии, эффект для диагностики онкозаболеваний. Сейчас это представлено отделением. В нем работают молодые специалисты. Вообще ядерная медицина – это прерогатива тоже в основном для молодых специалистов. Поэтому, я думаю, мы сегодня собрались и представляем вам нашу работу, и какой это представляет большой интерес. Это фармакологи, это физики, радиологи, дозиметристы. И как ранее спикер докладывал, мы тесно сотрудничаем еще с МАГАТЭ. У нас специалисты обучены все за рубежом, владеющие молодые специалисты, владеющие несколькими языками. Поэтому это, так сказать, прогрессивная молодежь нашего центра. Большую роль именно в обновлении и работы нашей ядерной медицины и национальным центром именно нашей онкологии. Это была поддержка экспертов Росатома, получение документации для лицензирования отделения, сертификация по радиационной безопасности. То есть до сентября 2022 года, практически год, мы вводили это отделение в работу. Сейчас эта работа была первым этапом восстановления, и в дальнейшем у нас планируется большой проект. Это строительство Центра молекулярной визуализации, радиофармаптеки. Это большие две структуры и отделение радиойодтерапии на территории Национального центра онкологии.
Значит, уже подписано межправительственное соглашение, значит, практически дорожная карта вся определена. И после Нового года, я думаю, уже начнется у нас строительство в нашем центре. Большой такой, значит, большая работа по строительству этого центра. Что мне хочется сказать, что после большого перерыва у нас эта структура только начала работать. И большая, значит, работа проведена, вот предыдущие тоже сказали, что именно человеческий фактор, здесь очень важный человеческий фактор, это специалисты, которых нужно будет подготавливать. И мы, когда определяли программу условия строительства и планированию этого проекта, основной момент был уделен, значит, обучению специалистов. Это, значит, программа заложена и специалистами Росатома, обучение, значит, в российских центрах и обучение за рубежом. Вот такая перспектива у нас имеется. Пока, значит, я сегодня вот вам рассказываю, как дело обстоит у нас в настоящее время. А я думаю, что через некоторый год-два мы соберемся, я могу вам доложить результаты нашей работы именно в направлении применения атома в мирных целях в центре ядерной медицины Кыргызстана. Спасибо.
Большое спасибо. Профессор Бактыгул, что бы вы хотели пожелать молодым специалистам в их стремлении стать профессионалами в ядерной медицине? Сколько у нас тут сидит?
Да, я вот хочу сказать, да, я подчеркнула, что ядерная медицина – это прерогатива, это таких молодых, красивых, умных людей, которые сидят в зале. Это очень интересная специальность. Я думаю, что если бы мне предоставилась возможность повторно, значит, заняться медициной, я бы занялась именно ядерной медициной. Вот. Наши специалисты, ребята молодые, они очень воодушевлены и с большим интересом работают в отделениях. Поэтому я думаю, что это будет очень интересно для вас.
Спасибо большое за добрые слова. And our next two Romanian speakers are Alexei Ansholes. Please introduce Professor Alexeyev.
Welcome to Alexei Ansholes. PhD Alexei Ansholes is leading research of nuclear imaging department of Shasov National Medical Research Center of Cardiology. Dr. Ansholes received his PhD in Moscow in 2018, defending his thesis dedicated to cardiac emission tomography. Welcome, Dr. Alexei Ansholes.
Thank you for the introduction. My greetings for all the speakers and listeners. My name is Alexei Ansholes. Basically, I'm a physician radiologist, and my brief report will be about nuclear cardiology. Basically, nuclear cardiology is a branch of diagnostic nuclear imaging. Also, it's a method of cardiovascular imaging, as you can see, where we use nuclear imaging technologies for diagnosing cardiovascular diseases. This is also a part of clinical cardiology because at least one nuclear imaging investigation is necessary for mostly every cardiovascular patient. Nuclear cardiology has a great history starting nearly a century ago with the first attempt of measuring blood circulation velocity. And what's more interesting, that all the inventions in 20th century were not initially supposed for cardiology, but insensibly became very important for cardiovascular tasks. For instance, 99M technetium keeps leadership as a nuclear medicine isotope for several decades. But initially it was used for visualizing liver and thyroid, and nowadays more than half of it worldwide is used to label MIBI for myocardial perfusion imaging instead of thallium chloride that was very popular in 1980s. Labeled phosphates are still used in oncology for bone scintigraphy, but now we have strong indications for them in cardiology, including acute coronary syndrome and especially cardiac amyloidosis. Positron tomography and FDG are the huge milestones in nuclear imaging, but again, they were initially validated for brain imaging. Then, as you know, they became first-line methods in oncology, and now cardiac PET using metabolic and perfusion tracers is a gold standard for assessing myocardial viability. Also, as you can see, every stage of technical and hardware development also pushed nuclear cardiology ahead. And at last, something was developed initially and especially for cardiac purposes. I mean, dedicated camera with semiconductor detectors, which made available 3D dynamic blood flow imaging that was previously available only for PET, and also hybrid SPECT CTs with 64 rows of X-ray detectors that at last allowed to combine myocardial perfusion imaging with high-quality CT coronary angiography for a reasonable price compared to PET-CT. And at last, that made SPECT-CT a real one-stop shop modality for dozens of million people with ischemic heart disease. So why it's so important? The answer is quite obvious, because the main mortality cause worldwide are cardiovascular diseases and their complications. In many countries, including Russian Federation, we must call this situation as cardiovascular supermortality. That involves not only elder patients, but a great number of able-bodied people. So the key position of the World Health Organization about the situation emphasizes importance of early detection of cardiovascular diseases that can initiate consultations and proper treatment. And here is the point where nuclear cardiology really shines. Here is the short list of methods we use in our cardiology research center. As you can see, not all of them are dedicated to the heart, but many of them are dedicated to the target organs of cardiovascular diseases. For instance, functional lung imaging in patients with pulmonary embolism and hypertension, renal scintigraphy in arterial hypertension, neurotropic imaging also used in hypertension. So nuclear cardiology is not just a cardiac imaging, but also some nearby investigations that are requested by our cardiologists every day. So the main cardiac investigation performed worldwide and in Russia, of course, is stress myocardial perfusion imaging. It's mostly performed with MIBI, which accumulates in the mitochondria of cardiac cells proportionally to myocardial blood flow, and reflects the earliest impairments of myocardium due to infarction and ischemia due to coronary stenosis or microvascular dysfunction. As you can see, stress-induced ischemia is very clearly seen if stress test is made properly, and the area of this ischemia is critically important for selecting a strategy for a patient with ischemic heart disease. For instance, it was validated that even a significant coronary stenosis may not lead to ischemia, and that patients should not be referred to coronary revascularization. And more significant ischemia means that patient will receive benefit from the invasive tactics. As you can see, myocardial perfusion SPECT is able to detect symptom-related artery or arteries, and that's why it can be used to navigate angiosurgery. We help surgeons to decide where to start first. Myocardial perfusion SPECT has a huge evidence base, and that's why it's present in all ischemic heart disease guidelines as a gatekeeper investigation for strategy deciding for patients with intermediate pretest risk of coronary artery impairment. Another very important nuclear cardiology method is phosphate scintigraphy and SPECT, which for the last 10 years became widely used to differentiate some types of cardiac amyloidosis. This is very important because if we see the accumulation of the tracer in the heart, the diagnosis is transthyretin amyloidosis, which requires special therapy and has a relatively good prognosis. But the absence of accumulation, or especially this kind of accumulation, grade 1, means that it can be a light chain amyloidosis, which has to be treated immediately and aggressively because it's clearly a life-threatening disease. I will not talk too much about PET because, unfortunately, it's not so widespread, but I hope this method will develop and become more available because for many patients, SPECT is not enough and they need PET in many cases. For example, when we need to measure absolute myocardial flow and myocardial reserve. For example, when we have a patient with microvascular ischemic heart disease. Such patients cannot be revascularized, but reduced myocardial reserve means worse outcome for them. And this requires special drug therapy and follow-up. PET is also needed to assess myocardial viability. For instance, if some part of myocardial accumulates glucose, which is seen on FDG PET, this means this myocardial is viable. Even there is no perfusion or contractility, it's viable and can be repaired, and it can restore its function if actively treated. Cardiac PET is more than cardiac perfusion, metabolism, function, and viability. It has enormous potential for experiments. There are hundreds of tracers for PET, which can deeply explore various cardiovascular pathology. For example, here is a list of tracers used for visualization of atherosclerosis, and most of them are for PET. This is very important because unstable atherosclerotic plaque is a clear cause of acute myocardial infarction, and we must find a way to detect it before it happens. So there are many young people in this hall, and I can say that nuclear cardiology is a noble and honorable medical specialty because it helps to reduce cardiovascular mortality for our patients. And this industry requires cooperation between many different specialists. Inside nuclear medicine department, we need radiologists, cardiologists, functional physicians, nurses, technicians, and engineers. But more than this, we need qualified specialists who will develop new detectors, mechanics for our tomographs, new hybrid devices for cardiac imaging, mathematicians to develop reconstruction algorithms to make our images better, nuclear physicists and chemists to develop better isotope production systems. And finally, I must say that our nuclear department of our center exists for 40 years, and you can see that the building remained the same, but the equipment and the technologies rised up dramatically. So we are working for development of nuclear cardiology for benefit of our patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alexei Angelis. Well, I'm pretty sure that not only me have this question, but I'm wondering what kind of education or knowledge requirements are raising to young generation specialists who decided to follow this professional career?
It's not an easy question because nuclear cardiology is on the edge on cardiology and nuclear medicine. For example, in our center and in many medical universities in Moscow, as I know, there are postgraduate ordinatura, how can I say? You learn for 2 years to receive one clinical specialty. But for our specialty, people come from everywhere. Cardiologist can become nuclear medicine physician. Nuclear medicine, we receive some physics specialists from MIFI. We have them in our laboratory. Specialists from another specialties like functional diagnosis, ultrasound, they can become a nuclear medicine physicist after 2 years. And we teach them on our site. So it's our local education because no one can prepare this specialist at once.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask to the panel session, but before that we have one question from the public. Please, microphone.
Just a second, I'm coming.
Thank you, Dr. Alexei. My name is Collins, and I'm from Ghana. I have two questions for you, please. The first question is, so basically nuclear medicine is a new field of medicine compared to other fields of medicine. And if we want to go into nuclear cardiology, that makes it even more newer, especially for people from developing countries. For someone who is from a developing country, I would like to know what makes nuclear cardiology so special or so different from the conventional cardiology. What does nuclear cardiology bring into the system that we don't have already, especially with regards to diagnostics and therapy? That is the first question. And secondly, how can people who want to pursue the 2-year program have access to that kind of program? And are there some scholarship facilities that they can apply to? Thank you.
First, I must answer that nuclear cardiology isn't new. It has several decades history. What's new and what? Okay, basically, nuclear cardiology, the most of the investigations is used to visualize myocardial ischemia. Ischemia is a path to infarction. Infarction is a path of death. So, visualizing ischemia is the most early way to see impairment of myocardium. You just prevent complications before they start. In Russia, it's a great problem because we have supermortality of cardiovascular events. In Europe, the mortality is lower, but they have 10 times more quantity of cardiac imaging than in Russia. So isn't this a consequence? They used nuclear cardiology too much. They revealed patients with high risk, and they received less complications and less deaths. They made this way several years ago, several decades ago, and we are just starting, and you are just starting. So if you start, you can reduce your cardiovascular mortality. That's all. Regarding the equipment, it's a big problem because not every SPECT system is valuable for cardiac imaging. We need the best equipment on the market to do the cardiology. We need CZT detectors. We need SPECT CTs with a high quality CT because we want SPECT for perfusion and CT angiography. Not everybody provides this kind of equipment, but if we have one cardiac tomograph for 1 million people, we can do a lot more because without SPECT CT, no PET CT. We should develop SPECT CT first, and then we can add PET CT for those reasons. So? Programs, as I said, we have our local programs. We have 2-year educational program after 6 years of your medical education. It's only possible after medical institution. And we have a residency, it's called residency. Residency for cardiology, for endocrinology, and we have residency in radiology. And since we are in a cardiac, in a big cardiac center, cardiologists can come to us. Clinicists become nuclear imaging physicians.
Thank you very much for the answer. So I think that first of all, all speakers are open to you, and if you have any more questions or requests, please approach them and ask after the completion of our session. So we have one more and the last speaker from India, Maria de Souza. Maria, are you here? So first of all, I would like to introduce you very briefly. Maria de Souza from India is a medical scientist active in clinical work, research and teaching. As a scientist and additional director of the Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences. She's currently heading the Division of Radiological, Nuclear and Imaging Sciences. I hope that you can hear us, and please take the floor.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Please download your presentation. We are ready to listen to you.
Can you see presentation?
So we don't see any presentation. Any problem?
Can you see presentation?
Okay. Just
I'll try again.
make it the full screen.
I'm
mode,
able to,
yes.
I'll just try again.
F5, as soon as I remember. Please push the button.
Can you see now? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but we don't see any presentation from you. It's disappeared. Should we help you? Maybe we could
Repeat again,
download
is it?
ourselves.
Yeah.
And you can guide us. Next slide, please.
Okay.
What is your...
Sure. If you open the presentation, then maybe I could guide you.
Oleg, I'm afraid we don't have time to download the presentation and we guide through it. Maybe there's an option to see the screen. Just push the
Yes.
full screen.
If it's possible, please download.
Yeah, I've done that.
She has disappeared. Sorry, just some problems with the communication, probably. 1 minute.
Sorry, we have a technical problems, Oleg. Unfortunately, I'm here with the technical staff. There's problems with the Maria's internet and connectivity, as we saw it at the very beginning. So I'm afraid due to the time limit, yeah,
So
unfortunately.
it means that we need to complete our session because unfortunately Maria is facing some problems, technical problems. So we need to complete our session because,
yeah.
Just a moment, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, please. We're ready to see
Okay,
your
so I
presentation.
put it on share screen. Yes, yes. I put it on share
Oh, yes,
screen,
yes,
so I'm sure it's going
yes.
to come in a while. I'm not, yeah. So I think, yeah, it's already come there, yeah. So I think I'll begin and I'll be brief. So firstly, I bring you all greetings from INMAS, the Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences. We have always prioritized sharing and disseminating knowledge and information to the young minds. And we have been the first institution in the world to start a postgraduate course in nuclear medicine. And that was way back in 1961. So delving a bit into history, INMAS started as a small radiation cell way back in 1956. And that was under the leadership of Brigadier S.K. Majumdar, who has been aptly called the father of nuclear medicine in our country, India. So he was the first one to start using medical radioisotopes for medical purposes, using nuclear energy for the first time for medical purposes. And it was under the vision of our first Prime Minister that INMAS was founded in 1961 with the theme Atom for Peace. So we have had a long journey from the humble rectilinear scanner, which was installed in 1962, to the present-day state-of-the-art PET-CT and cyclotron, which has several radiopharmaceuticals, in Southeast Asia. Simultaneously, in those initial years, there were changes going on in the western part of our country, especially in Bombay, where Homi J. Bhabha Atomic Energy Program 31 and phosphorus 32 nuclides. And the whole journey of imaging, as I told you before, started with the rectilinear scanner in 1962 and moved on to the gamma camera in 69, the medical cyclotron and the standalone PET device in 2002, and then the PET-CT device in 2004, and finally the PET-MR in 2013. And radionuclide therapy started way back in 1959 with radioiodine for thyroid disorders, and we moved on to radioiodine therapy for thyroid cancers in 64. And today we have theranostic centers in many parts of the country. Today, in fact, we have nuclear medicine centers, which are more than 350 in number all over the country. And we have about 300 plus gamma cameras and 250 plus PET-CT devices and 4 PET-MRs. We have a host of technicians, technologists, radiochemists, and nuclear medicine physicians and radiologists working for us with the AI and radiomics and machine learning cutting inroads into various branches of science and medicine. The future of nuclear medicine might change considerably, but that remains a conjecture at the moment. Coming to human resource development in India, as I told you before, the first course, the Diploma in Radiation Medicine, DRM, started in 1962. And then we started the Diploma in Medical Radioisotope Technology in 1973, the NBE, that is the Diplomate in National Board in 82, the Doctor of Medicine, that is MD in Nuclear Medicine in 2000, and then the Doctorate in Medicine, that is DM in Therapeutic Nuclear Medicine in 2015. We all know that nuclear medicine landscape has changed across the globe over the last few decades. Diagnostic tests that were once considered to be at the very heart of the discipline are almost entirely replaced by others, like colloid scans for liver metastasis were the thing in the past, but today it has been replaced by radiological modalities. Imaging technologies like PET, which were initially considered to be pure research tools, have become routine clinical tests. There were rapid technological innovations, but with very unpredictable outcomes, like the SPECT-CT PET hybrid scanner showed great promise initially, but has been completely phased out by PET-CT. And then there were many radiopharmaceuticals, which from doubtful feasibility at the inception have proven unparalleled utility today. For instance, PSMA, which is being used both in neuroendocrine tumors as well as prostatic cancers. So if I were to just tabulate the major milestones of nuclear medicine, the first of these was because of the great strides made in molecular biology, and so that has given birth to molecular nuclear medicine with targeted radiopharmaceuticals, both for diagnosis and for therapy. The second is the hybrid imaging devices, such as PET-CT and PET-MR, which have revolutionized the entire scope of nuclear medicine. And thirdly, theranostics, with its applications for using the same agent both in diagnosis as well as in therapy. But this has also brought about major challenges. The first of these is limited awareness, although nevertheless, there is still limited awareness even in the medical community, because nuclear medicine is often not a part of the medical curriculum in many parts of the world. Secondly, the limited availability and affordability because of the high cost of the imaging devices, the limited supply of radionuclide and radiopharmaceuticals in various countries, the highly competitive environment which a nuclear medicine physician and team has to deal with, because there are many other innovations occurring in the field of radiology as well. And many times there is a competition for the same disease to be imaged by different devices. There are, of course, rapid technological innovations in nuclear medicine, and one needs to keep abreast of the latest, much more so than in other medical specialties. A nuclear medicine physician needs to, however good he may be, he has to be part of a multidisciplinary team comprising of the radiochemist as well as the radiation physicist, etc., and that brings on its own complexities. There is a complexity of multimodality data acquisition and interpretation. Today, in most countries in radionuclide therapy, and of course, because of the nature of the ionizing radiation, stringent regulatory requirements need to be followed. So the way forward is to create a national and a global ecosystem focused on research, training, and infrastructure. And that becomes a multidisciplinary endeavor, which includes physicists, chemists, engineers, computer scientists, biologists, physicians, and of course, the policymakers. So the way forward in terms of research are firstly to link the training to the research so that both are optimized to support the
Maria, can you hear us?
Research, improving communication readers from multiple.
So unfortunately, the connection we have lost here. So.
Sorry, this is
yes,
technical problems on the other side.
I would like to tell you that she has almost completed her speech, and So it was very interesting because she tried to compose a full picture of what is nuclear medicine, how to move in terms of technology development, training, research, and so on. Well, I would like to, because we are behind the schedule of the general agenda, and I would like to complete our panel session just in a few seconds. So first of all, I would like to once again stress out that the application of nuclear techniques play an imperative role in nuclear medicine because it allows to prevent, diagnose, and treat of many health conditions. For instance, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, neurology diseases, and so on. So all speakers gathered here from Russia, from South Africa, India, Brazil, Kyrgyzstan, from Panama, tried to make an impact to you. And we all put together a picture for our young generation, scientists, engineers, researchers, who would like to link their professional lives with the nuclear medicine. And we hope that you will join our corps and select nuclear medicine as a professional way. So thank you very much for our speakers. Thank you very much for our audience.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the session, for very informative talk. Thank you, Oleg and Maria. Thank you so much. And thanks for all the speakers on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a little break, a little coffee break for half an hour, for 30 minutes. It's going to be in the Mr. Eliud Canisius. Welcome. Associate Professor and Head, Department of Electronics, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Dr. Deepti Das Krishna. Founder of the Emerging Mining Association of Namibia, Ms. Tekla Mutero. Welcome to the stage. And in the first row, we have Marie Skladovska-Curie Prize Fellow from Serbia, Teodoro Milinkovic. Leading engineer of the Armenian nuclear power plant from Armenia, Marin Akopyan. Thank you so much. Electronics and telecommunications engineer, the computer science and discovery science, Petersburg Electrical Engineering University from Tanzania, Mercy Joshua Mwakitalima. With a rich fan base in the hall. And Marie Skladovska-Curie Prize Scholar from Russia, Veronika Novikova, is also in the front row. And with Marie Skladovska-Curie Prize Fellow from Turkey, Sefa Nur Yatalagoglu. Thank you so much. I hope I pronounced it right. And we are ready to start our session. Natalia, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. And let me say just a few sentences before we begin. No doubt the future nuclear industry we all aspire to has to be one with a welcoming and inclusive environment. Women prove to be more considerate about the environment they live in and the ones they share it with. That is why today we decide to predict the future of the nuclear industry with those who lead or actively participate in various family communities all over the world. Bearing in mind that the current forum is all about youth, we will be talking not only as speakers, but as mentors, hoping that our experience alongside our hopes for the future will help them to build a bright and inclusive ones. One of the most successful and tools to help young women start their career into the nuclear sector is the Maria Skladovska-Curie Fellowship Program. And let me give the floor our first guest, Mikhail Chudakov, Deputy Director General and Head at the Department of Nuclear Energy. Mikhail.
Yes, thank you, Natalia.
Mikhail, let me give you some questions. And the first one, what is your personal journey or way into the nuclear industry?
Yeah, it's a long story that I started from entering MIFI in Moscow, and after graduation, by the way, I was graduated here, that making my diploma here in Obnинск many years ago. In Physical Energetical Institute in FAI. And then I worked for the nuclear industry all my life, and was put in operation unit number 1, unit number 2 of Kalinin nuclear power plant, and was myself that operator of reactor VVR 1000 at Kalinin, and then moved to Rosenergo-Atom, and worked some period of time, worked for Vana Moscow Center as the secondee in London. They sent me to London, and I stayed there 1 and 2 months actually, that as representative of Vana Moscow Center and coordinating center. After coming back, I was working for Rosenergo-Atom on different positions, and then was working 8 years as a plant manager, director of nuclear power plant at Bilibino nuclear power plant, the most north nuclear power plant in the world behind the polar circuit. And after staying there, I get back to Moscow and took position of the director of WANA Moscow Center and stayed there 8 years. And after this, those position, I was already taken position of on which I am now, the Deputy Director General, Head of the Department of Nuclear Energy in International Atomic Energy Agency. This is my story, and I'm all my life in the nuclear power, and I must say you that, of course, nuclear, based on my own experience, can be a reliable and sustainable source of power, and can be very safe if you are doing everything correctly. So just this is my short story. What else?
Thank you. It's very impressive. Thank you very much. My second question is, during the last decade, from your point of view as a United Nations official, has anything changed in the way women are represented or represent themselves in the world? What is the role of International Agency, Atomic Energy Agency, and Maria Sklodowska-Curie Fellowship Program in it? What do you think about it?
Yes, thank you for the question. And this morning we have a nice breakfast with the members of this program that who is studying in Russia. And DG Rafael Mariana Grossi created 3 years ago this initiative, created this program under leadership of my department, Department of Nuclear Energy. This is Marie Sklodowska-Curie Fellowship Program. So just we support selecting that group of women and help them in nuclear education. In STEM and in scientific nuclear application, nuclear law, and nuclear power in areas. And already about 200 women graduated. We support them in master degree. They came for the masters. And in different universities of the world, in almost in 100 countries, and there from 120 countries and we pay usually scholarship and their living cost in the university, and also invite them for internship in agency after graduation. And now that around 200 already completed, and totally is educated now in the second year of master degree, that 360 or something like this. And this year we are already close to close the fourth call. This is selected 200 young women for the continuation of this project. And also created the alumni network when they can exchange information, and we are following their career. And next year, our DG Grossi, Rafael Mariana Grossi, is going to organize the event on International Women's Day on 8th of March to collect 500 ladies who is graduated or still working according to this Marie Sklodowska-Curie Fellowship Program. So I invite all of you who is involved in these activities to participate in this event. Who is not involved yet, I also encourage to put your applications for this year or for the next year, that still it's open for the application up to the end of September. And we usually select, here 200, we select from 2,000, something like this. And the program was occurred very, very successful. And the ladies all graduated, because from very beginning we have a little worrying and some doubt that what happened if somebody will receive money and not studying or just quit education. No one case, no one case. All ladies very responsible and very clever. And its program occurred much better than even we expected. Our DG is very happy because he is visiting many countries, as me also, and everywhere in Pakistan and China, in Japan. He is meeting with the graduates from this program, and they participating in workshops, seminars, and international conferences. So that part of them already doing their PhD, part of them is went for the industry and working on different, including nuclear power plant and nuclear facilities. So the program very good, and the goal of the program, of course, to involve as much young women in the nuclear power that also just to, not only because of gender factor, because of the ladies can they're a little bit thinking differently and can solve the problem in a different manner that maybe man is not always thinking like this. And also taking into account that public acceptance when the people from the street, let's say, who is not in nuclear area and who is afraid of nuclear and voting always against the nuclear, and see that ladies on managerial position, on the good working position at nuclear power plant, they started to understand better nuclear power and stop scared and stop afraid of nuclear power, and started supporting. Also, we have created this year, some as continuation of this program, another program, Liz Meitner program, so-called, named after the also famous scientist Liz Meitner. And here we are trying to retain and hold women who are already working in nuclear industry and promote their career. So we create the different groups depending on the different area of activities in nuclear industry, who is a science, who is an operation, and so different IT, nuclear law. And then according to their activities and their professional activities, we are sending them in the special program to see that in some country facilities, for example, in June, July, we had the first, this, we call it cohort, on 16 or 18 women from different nuclear power plant and different institutions. They visited USA and visited nuclear power plant in North Carolina, and North Carolina University had their study, and also just visited simulators and research centers, research reactors. And the second cohort already also selected, and in October will be also in USA. And third cohort we will send to Republic of Korea, South Korea. So this is all for the holding and retaining women in nuclear power, and also just support with getting master degree with education for the women. And it's very successful and very resultative programs. Thanks.
Thank you very much for very useful information. It's really planned for young generation to do own careers. Thank you very much, Mikhail. Thank you. Our second speaker, Mrs. Mikhail Gektepe, Director, Notec Energy Consulting Technology and Industry Incorporation, President, Women in Nuclear Turkey.
Dear delegates, dear young people, dear member of the panels, good afternoon to all. I'm really very happy to be here for my presentation, but I'm invited here by the Association of Support for Women in Russia and Union of Russian Nuclear Women Federation to mentor the young people, at the same time telling my life story, which belongs to many years ago. So in 10 minutes, how am I going to do this? I'm already desperate and excited, and please excuse me. I will do my best. It's like an Olympic champion. Well, talking about nuclear energy, whenever I talk to different people with different knowledge in nuclear, whether they support nuclear or many years of my life, I spoke to anti-nuclear platforms or media, I always get overexcited because for me, it is always difficult to express my feelings, and especially for those, if the audience have no knowledge about the nuclear, or at the same time, it's quite enjoyable and it's a challenging job. Especially now, I'm excited, I'm addressing the people who are the best in this area. You already have background in nuclear, they all know, and I'm overexcited because after many years, we are finally having the Akkuyu nuclear power plant under construction in my country. So two main arguments, I will start my talk. Female empowerment organizations benefit everybody, and I say definitely, and without women in science and high technology taking part in decision-making, societies are incomplete. Well, talking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics for women, I start with this interesting slide. In my country, in Turkey, mothers and families, they always want their daughters to have a good study and to have a job. Having a career means having a golden bracelet. Golden bracelet is very important in Turkey. When people get married, we present the gold bracelets for the future for girls. So while thinking about this, once I saw this bracelet with 4 clover, and I suddenly had an idea. At that time, we were going to launch a STEM program. And I look at the countries, and internationally, 4 clover in many countries mean similar meanings. In some countries, it represents faith. Some countries, it means hope. Some countries, it means love. And it is very interesting. It's a universal symbol of 4 clover. So I decided to have this combination with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So here is the born of 4 clover model for our STEM projects that we launched in Turkey as Women in Nuclear and for my company, Nutec Energy. It's a bit slow. So STEM field is really very interesting. As I said, for women empowerment organizations have benefit everybody. So we hope that we will go successful with this program with the Women in Nuclear Russians as well. So here's my life story. It started when I was a young student, a very successful, good student in the high school. And Turkish Scientific Council, which was established many years ago, they chosen successful students from all over Turkey, and they started education them during the summers. And our tutors were the famous scientists and professors. So this is how I started it all. On the middle, I don't have a pointer. That young, pretty girl is me many years ago. It's not like me now. So they used to take us to various places in Istanbul to visit technical places. So at that time, we have all very ambitious students racing with each other. But when I tell you about my life story, they said your private life as well. So I will start with my lycée before university studies, and I'll talk to you about my first love. When I say first love, it was not a very handsome guy in my area. It wasn't a famous football player or scientist. They were very famous actors at that time. So when I fell in love for the first time, when I was taken to visit such a place, and there I saw in the swimming pool a bundle of fuels with blue radiation. It's called Cherenkov radiation. Yes, it was definitely my first love, because I was so impressed and overexcited seeing a radiation, blue radiation and nuclear fields. So my story started like this. Of course, if you fell in love, you have to carry on after your love. So my path after becomes a very long, narrow, and thorny road. I was, again, selected student and sent to United Kingdom to study atomic engineering. It was very difficult at that time, young girl at 17 years, not having so many practical English, and going there to study nuclear in a country like UK. They were very advanced in the nuclear power. Here is the nuclear power. When I started studying, I was even more and more impressed. The charm of nuclear. This was the title of my talk in China 4 years ago. I talked on the charm of nuclear. And it is an amazing field, really. The world of atoms, always impressive. The evolution story of nuclear technology, from the discovery of radioactivity to the present day, is a fantastic story. It carries on. And when I start talking about nuclear energy to various audience, I started asking them, please describe me nuclear energy with one word. I get very different answers, and I carried out various risk perception interviews for many years, and I get so many different answers. But for me, I select these 4 words. I can describe nuclear energy like unique, or mysterious, mystical, magnificent. So through the years, while I was doing my career, of course, nuclear technology has going under a big evolution, starting from the historical first reactor design to first generation. It started going CANDUs. We were very much interested in CANDUs in Turkey when I was a very young scientist. Then, of course, in the history of nuclear technology development, 3 Mile Island in Chernobyl and Fukushima are main issues which developed, which help us to develop the nuclear technology as well. And here we come to the 4th generation, and we are very happy that Akkuyu nuclear power plant that under construction between Russian Federation and Turkish government are 3rd generation plus advanced systems. So my nuclear adventure is very long. I will not be able to tell you my life story. Just briefly, starting from the student, high school student, my nuclear adventure started in my country. Then as a government scholarship in United Kingdom. Then I came back to my country and research assistant at the Turkish Atomic Energy. Then I become administrator. I raised to manager position, senior manager. And at the same time, it's a very unusual part of my story. Although I was working for the government, I become an NGO leader, although it was forbidden. It was not wanted thing. But I believe that with my knowledge, I can cooperate with them. It's a long story. I don't have time to tell about it. Even once I become the international leader of Black Sea region environmental NGOs, and I received the United Nations medal for serving the marine environment in the Black Sea region. Then, during my last 4 days with the governmental work, I became a diplomat in Vienna, a nuclear attaché. I work for the projects or the IAEA. After my retirement, I established this company and work as a consultant. And at the same time, I cannot help being an activist, go into all this NGO position like I'm doing in my summer house, beach cleaning campaigns and everything. And of course, during all this work, I was a mother. It's very important. Just a few slides of, from our activities. Some media communication is very important. I established Women in Nuclear Turkey many years ago. We are getting bigger and bigger. We get together in some MPP summit that Kaan Bey invited everybody. There are many fantastic ladies. We are about 180. Sometimes we have city meetings in Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir. Sometimes we get together as much as we can. And all these activities, communication is very important. If we want to do something important in nuclear, public communication is very important, media communication is very important, and communication between the professionals in one country is also very important. So I've been appearing in TV several times, especially during the past years. I did it with anti-nuclear, nuclear debates when I was much younger, before Akkuyu, and now usually it's related to the Zaporizhia issue and other issues. So I believe in constructing a bridge for communication. So I put a nice picture here, Istanbul Bosphorus Bridge. And now Akkuyu nuclear power plant, I believe, is a fantastic bridge between Women in Nuclear Russia, women organization like Anna, thank you to you, and Women in Nuclear Turkey. So how to be a successful woman? I was supposed to produce some advice as a mentor, but there are no magic words, of course. It's a challenge. There are a lot of challenges at present. How to promote human centricity as a new normality after pandemic? What is new normal condition? So my recommendations here are listed. First one is knowledge. If a woman, if we want to be strong in the man's world and in the big industry like nuclear, we can only be strong with our knowledge. So it means continuous reading, continuous learning, and continuously training yourself. It's very important, first thing. Perseverance, enjoyment, your work, family support, and there are many ambitions, struggle, not giving up. You may be having lots of problems when you work in a man's world, but you should never give up. Be strong. Participation to various events are very important. Sharing, teamwork. I will go these items very quickly. If I had time, I would discuss them more. And of course, love. Love is very important. Love for your family, for your country, nature, environment, and love for nuclear. If you don't love this field, you believe me, you cannot be as strong as we wish. So my final comments is that contemporary education and encouragement are very important in raising qualified young people like you. University, public, and industry, and NGO cooperation is vital, if you ask me. Strengthening NGOs is vital importance. Civil initiative and voluntary work, I think, are very important. And communication between women, it's either at national level or international level, should be strengthened. So I'm very happy that we are getting more and more communication between women in nuclear Russia and women in nuclear Turkey. So finally, we are going through very difficult times in the world, very difficult conditions all over the world, environment, politics, finance, etc., climate change. But I believe nuclear energy is indispensable. It has a very large application and vital. So the future of young generation in nuclear is very bright. So I thank you for your attention. This is our logo for Women in Nuclear, and thank you.
Thank you, Dirigu. Thank you very much. It was perfect. Thank you. Our next speaker, and please, Dr. Dipti Das Krishna, Associate Professor and Head Department of Electronics, Cochin University of the Science and Technology, India. Please. Please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, one and all. I have few slides. First of all, thank you, organizers, for inviting me for this session, mentoring session. So, as you would know from here, I'm an associate professor with the Department of Electronics in Cochin University from Kerala. So, let me just explain from an Indian scenario. So I come from, the southernmost tip of the Indian subcontinent. It's a port city. It's a tropical, very beautiful place called Kochi. And we have a very prestigious Cochin University of Science and Technology. So I thought I'll start with some figures just to give you a glimpse of what exactly is happening in India as such. Now, I know all of you would agree India is one of the most, recent survey says the most popular. We have overtaken China. 1 in every 5 is an Indian. So if you look at India as a whole and the female to male ratio, it is 907 for every 1,000, 907 female for every 1,000 male. Now, but India is a big country. It's as comparable as Europe. So we can't generalize for the whole country. So I can talk about my area where I come from, which is supposedly a very developed, and India is considered as a developing country, but my state, Kerala, is considered as good as any developed country because of the literacy rate and the health condition, health advantages, everything. It is on the higher side. So if you notice here, the number of female versus, with respect to male is, for every 1,000 men, there is 1,084 women. So it shows number of females are more. Now, but if you look at Cochin University, which is considered as among the good science and technology university in the state, with over 9,000 students and 460 faculty members. If you look at the student ratio, I don't have a pointer. Okay, student ratio, the undergraduate level, there is 1,352 female for 2,713 male. So undergraduate studies, we are very kind of importance to education. There is very little discrimination between girls and boys. Education is the key to success. That has been our motto. So in all our families, we generally, the student, as children, we go to school very seriously. So for the IUG level, the boys overtake the girls for technical education. But after undergraduation, what happens is most boys go for an immediate career job. For further studies, for post-graduation, you can see the numbers changing. The girls increase almost double, 1,507 is to 854. It's almost double. For PhD, you can see the number of girls are more. But if you look at the final result, the faculty members in the university, for 193 women, there is 267 men. So finally, what has happened? When it comes to a career in science and technology, we somehow, the women number comes down. So, and I belong to the electronics engineering department. Earlier, there were only men in the department. Now the number of women are increasing. But before I go into that, let me show another picture. This is a picture, I took it from the internet. This right side over here is a snapshot of the great scientists from India. You cannot see many female faces here except for one, E.K. Janaki Ammal, and she's only woman in the whole list. And over the other side, here we can say ancient India. We are very proud of our ancient India, mathematics, science, and engineering, discovery of zero, decimals, many things we talk about. But unfortunately, look at the number of women in the list of scientists which shook the world. Now, if you look at the progress in the kind of women scientists in the Indian scenario, slowly the number is increasing. There's a beautiful book called Leelavati's Daughters, where they identify 100 scientists, women scientists, and look at the conditions in which they became scientists. Most often they are from good background, their parents are into it, they are encouraged into it. And most often, if you see, their profession is into medicine, caregiving, because as a female, we are always conditioned to provide care. So the technology part missing, slowly it is increasing. Now you can see as we get into 2020, the number is progressively increasing. It's on the higher side. But still, the Department of Science and Technology data says in a populous country like India, 16.6% women are involved in research. Now, why? Because the population, if you consider, this is not a small, this is a very small number. Why? Because historically, culturally, we are entrenched in patriarchy. So, though we all study, women are expected to work, make money in an urban scenario. Again, the rural and urban, it is very different. We cannot generalize, but still. But then a full-time career in science, technology, engineering, or mathematics is not something which is pursued primarily because of the family issues. Because the responsibility of the family somehow traditionally falls on the female. So even if they take PhD, even if they take post-graduation in STEM areas, they start a career, they reach somewhere mid-level, then the family responsibility comes in. So in my own case, my own classmates who studied together, I would say more than 50% are not pursuing their career because of the family responsibility. So the twin burden of home and workplace, sometimes it is too much to bear. And poor working conditions, certain areas, women's safety is at question, so people stop getting involved in those areas. So as a result of this, even if the women are highly educated, taking up a full-time job in technical areas become difficult. So they go for safer areas like banking or school teaching or something which does not require too much of a time involved. And even if they don't want to, they try to sacrifice what they want to pursue with their future. So you can see there's another data. The women in health is more, 24.5. Science, it comes down, and the worst is engineering. So the Government of India initiative, which I myself have, if you ask, since the organizers also asked me to express my own experience, my case, I have made use of these facilities that the Government of India gives. The Government of India is taking care of the girl child with a, what you call it as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, is like teach your daughter and save her life. But that is at the school level. But what happens, as I said, they take higher education when it comes to family, they have a break in career. What is going to happen? Then we have a lot of other programs, especially the One Woman Scientist Scheme, which is giving opportunity to women scientists who had break in career to pursue their dreams in science and technology domain. And this is something which I myself have made use of to come back after my child birth and break in between. Then there are several programs like empowering women entrepreneurs. So these are giving results slowly, hopefully. And coming back to my story, by how I was benefited, I studied in Delhi, which is in the capital of the city, north part. The reason why I pursued physics or electronic science is my passion for mathematics and physics and the idea of solving problems. That excited me, and I was, though I had opportunity to get into a job after my undergraduation, I continued to study, and I was very serious, and I started working in a full-time research position at a prestigious place called Society for Applied Microwave Electronics Engineering Research at Bombay, which is the commercial capital of India. But then marriage happened. I was young, so did not think twice before I quit the job and shifted down south to Kochi. Then again, child it takes a toll on our support system. So I had a break, but then thanks to the initiative of Government of India, I took this funding to complete my PhD. And as professor from Turkey, she mentioned a lot of support system and passion helps. And that's why I could come back to my career full-time. And once you pursue it passionately and without going down because of the breaks in between, we are able to get where we want to. So I would like to end my thing with a few words of, I would say the passion should come within. This is a perfect example of what Indian women scientists are capable of. It was in recent news. It is about our Chandrayaan mission, which we could have proudly have a soft landing in the moon. And these are the paper cuttings from of this particular mission. And what we see is an active participation of women who look very traditional, but totally involved in the project, which saw great success. So idea is to find out role models, have mentors, and follow your dreams or follow your things which you want to do, which you love, and then obviously you'll get the results. So that's been my motto, which has been helping me, and that is what I think can inspire or help mentor other youngsters, which I see so many women here, so happy to see, and thank you for inviting me here. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's invite our next speaker, Mr. Eliot Kantikos Gregory, founder and national chairman of Youth Technology and Engineering, Tanzania. Please.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I have one question for you, this one. Seeing men driving women empowerment in this country is especially inspiring. Why do you believe in the power of female communities?
Thank you, dear moderator, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow participants of this International Forum for Youth in Nuclear. I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers of this event. It's very important for us. And I would also like to extend my thanks to the Foundation for Support of Women Initiatives for inviting me to speak up to this event, to share my insights and stories that matter. So as I speak before here, I'm Eliot Gregory, like I've been introduced, the founder and national chairman of Youth in Technology and Engineering. So I wish to address the question that has been given to me, like, why do I see or believe in the potential of female communities? I'll draw an experience from my country. I come from Tanzania, and currently we are witnessing a remarkable rise of women in leadership position. And as I'm speaking today, our president, Honorable Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, is a woman. So this stands as a testament of the potential that female communities have. And we are seeing various women capturing seats in the decision table. So to make sure that the engagement of women is super and at high level, to make sure the development is being accelerated. So to go strictly to the question, I firmly believe that women being strong and have the potential to bring about diversity, resilience, and strengths in making sure development is being achieved. When there is vice, women are being united and are being empowered, and they unleash innovation and also collaboration. We have seen women playing very important roles even at family level. So female communities foster so many things in our daily lives, including mentorships, support to the community as we're struggling, and bring about critical and for societal progress. So in my journey through STEM, I have realized that empowering women, or speaking about women empowerment, is not just about gender. This is about creating a better tomorrow, because we believe women have various different ideas that can be brought on the table. They have a deep perspective that we should not let it go and put it as part of revolutionizing our communities, uplifting our communities, and making sure that we are having a better future for all. So being a strong advocate for empowering women, I am sure that Tanzania and as part of Africa, we are committed to make sure that we are breaking the stereotypes that is existing in today's communities that hinder various women participation in all aspects of life, including STEM, and as this part of the event, including nuclear. So in my organization, we are currently running a program called Empower Her, and this is to see that there is a big number of underrepresented women in the STEM industry, and strictly to focus on right now, we are facing a very, very big issue of climate change. And this is a very big issue because the end users of technology and engineering products are women and children. So when we are missing out the potential that women have to play a direct role in STEM, we are really not solving the problem. We have to make sure that women have equal chances and bring about problem-solving skills that they have to make sure that we address the challenges that they are being faced from the very early age. So empowering women is not just about gender equality again. It's about making sure that we are tapping into the potential and benefit that women have to the community that is going to benefit themselves and us as the community. So I call upon all the stakeholders that are making up movements to make sure that women potential is being put into practice. And I congratulate, I see here the directors and the organizers of this event. They're trying to stress on the importance of involving women into direct roles as far as STEM is concerned. And because this is actually speaking like sharing a story, through my organization currently, I said I'm running a program called Empower Her. It has 3 phases because my program is result-oriented. We don't have to just sit here and tell stories without making sure that in the end we are having results. So we have 3 phases of that program. The first phase is to create awareness. The community has to be aware of the importance of empowering women and putting women into the decision tables and giving women a position to carry those direct roles in STEM and industries that make changes into the community. The second phase is making sure that women are directly involved in trainings and workshops. They learn about the skills that they desire to have or the skills that they make them be able to contribute directly and play the roles that we want them to play in STEM. And the last phase of this program that I'm having currently in my country is to showcase to the stakeholders and the government and all the bodies that are concerned that it's not just about speaking, it's not about just making women participate or get their hands dirty in science, but we have the tangible results. We have the products that women, after being empowered, after being given resources and being given access to facilities, they can be able to do a couple of things. So I would also like to challenge supporters of this progress, because this is the progress to the results. We should not just be word-oriented or sit at the table and discuss. We have to make sure that we are making results-oriented movements. We have to make sure that in the end of the day, we are having women really making out to stand in direct roles and give us a boost to the development. And I would like to strictly stress that it's important to make sure that a participation of women is included in all movements that we are having right now, because we are catching up with the technology, and like I said, the end users of these technology and engineering products are women, and it's vital important to include at least to a bigger percent. We are seeing currently more than 40% are just able to, are part of the STEM industry, but only 20% of that amount, they manage to make it to actual jobs. So we see that we have a long way to go, but we are really trying, and I'm sure through these programs that we are having, we're going to, as soon as adapt and make sure women participation is at the level that we really need to have in the community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. Thank you. Our next speaker. Yeah, thank you. Our next speaker, Mrs. Tekla Mutera, Emerging Mining Association, Namibia. Please take the floor. What is your personal way in the nuclear industry, please?
Okay, good afternoon. Allow me to thank this golden opportunity climatized by the moderator, to thank you all for sitting here, to thank the organizer, Rasotum, for inviting me to stand here today. I hereby Tekla Mutero, young woman in the mining sector, as an entrepreneur and a leader. Allow me to share with you the short bio who is Tekla Mutero. I am a young woman in the mining sector as an entrepreneur and a leader, where I am the founder of the first National Mining Association for Namibia. I also serve as the board member for Global Entrepreneurship Congress for Namibia. I am the country chair for governance in SG, social governance in sustainability for Namibia. I received multiple awards international for excellency in the mining sector, for champion in policy of Africa when it comes to policy that stop us from making progress in the mining sector. I was also awarded for resilience in the mining sector by Lead India Foundation by the former president of India. What made me join mining sector is that when I saw the need that Africa need young people, Africa need people who can stand up to be in the mining sector as doers to own our resources. As we speak, Namibia is one of the second world largest of uranium, which we don't use as benefit. We are importing 60% of electricity. I feel so honored to be at this summit, as it will be a bigger, great, and bright future journey in nuclear. My advice to fellow youth who are here: being a youth is the best stage of your life, that you can do anything that you need to plan for future. I therefore encourage you to make sure every minute, every day, every hour of your life, make it count success. Yes, nuclear energy is the future. As we use our mineral resources, which are in raw ore, that can produce nuclear. This advice also goes to young Africans sitting here from different universities. Study and go and be productive when you go home. Go and create impact. Let's join more young people in this sector. It's an honor to me to meet you all, because many events that I've attended, young people are a drop under the sea. Where are we? So I could like to thank the organizer for bringing me here. I really have a short journey in the nuclear, as most of our all raw material, which is uranium, is being exported to other continents. That does not benefit a youth as me to study nuclear in the way I wish as my right. So this journey to meet all the expertise, engineer, association for nuclear, I could invite you to extend your chapters, decentralize your chapters to country where the or raw material or mineral that is producing nuclear is coming from, so that we can all be on one point, on one chapter of understanding where is nuclear taking us. Young people who are at university, use this opportunity to do more research, which include climate change and benefits of the nuclear that we are here today. In short, I could give my quote to young female who are in this house. We believe wherever you go, it's your motherland. It's my motherland. Namibia, my motherland. You can name any country that we call motherland. It's high time we need to get involved in rare field that we find ourselves small in numbers. Nuclear energy needs us. Let's participate, not only be worker and employees, be owners, be CEOs in this sector. In that way, your voice and your right and your capability will be counted stronger. I'm speaking here as an entrepreneur, CEO, and being in this sector with experience, practical, that I am passing daily. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me invite next speaker, Merci Joshua Mbaketa Lima, Electronics and Telecommunication Engineer, Master of Computer Science and Knowledge Discovery at St. Petersburg Electronical University. Please. Merci. The floor is yours. May I ask you, what is the most exciting things about your specialty from it you choose this career path? And do you have a mentor who guided on this way?
Oh, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the organizer for giving me this opportunity to stand here and talk and share with you what I have. First of all, I'll start with your first question. What fascinated me to be in the chosen career that I'm in now? First of all, as you introduced me, I'm an electronics and telecommunication engineer, but currently I'm studying St. Petersburg Electrotechnical University, the course of computer science and knowledge discovery. What fascinated me in computer science and knowledge discovery is, first of all, the artificial intelligence. Now, as we can see, due to advancement of science and technology, now the world is shifting toward the computer science. For example, we used to have like a self-driving cars, but now we are having an autonomous vehicle. This is one among the things that fascinated me to get into AI, artificial intelligence. Also, another one is like seeing the machine recognizing voice and performing something. That one also it makes me want to do more things in this area. Another one is cybersecurity. Now we know a lot of things are uploaded online. If you just need something here, you can just Google and get it. Our information, our transaction, everything is online. But what about the security? Are they safe when we upload them online? Looking back to my country, just last 2 weeks, I read the news like nowadays, Tanzania, we have so many cases, we have so many cases, like our data are stored, and also our banking system are not safe. Like people, they are losing our money. Therefore, it is a loss to majority. This also made me to jump into this. And also, when I was working as an air navigation engineer, I saw there is a leakage of passengers' information in for example, maybe someone wants to board in a plane, but before boarding, someone has already know this one is boarding, especially those official. This is very dangerous, and it is also not allowed to know who is boarding which plane at what time and when and maybe where is he going. Therefore, there is an exposure of passengers' information. This also led me to jump into this field. Another thing is Internet of Things. With IoT, which is Internet of Things, everyday objects are becoming connected and smart. communicating with each other and with us. This opens up endless possibility for automation, efficiency, and convenience in our home, cities, and including. This idea of a full interconnected world is both fascinated in the second word. Another question was about, did I have mentor, or maybe I just carried my own path, right? Was it that way? The second question. Can you please read from the second question? Oh, about mentors. I can say yes, I had a mentor, but 90% I just prayed as myself. I dream who I want to be since when I was young. I was always a go-for-it girl. Like, I want to do, and like, I want to know what is in somewhere. For example, like, I do remember one day my dad was teaching me this laws, like current law, like voltage versus resistance. I really wanted to know, like, what is in, like, why is it like that? Therefore, through that now, I had like to dig in. I had to read books so that I can know, like, I can understand the theory, what is going on, what is this, what is this. But also, like, I have the people who are pushing me. Through these people now, I go like their advice, I was listening to them, but also I was like, I really wanted to be who I want to right now. All of those, like, they made me who I am now.
Thank you. Our next speaker, let me invite Mrs. Marina Hakaben, leading engineer of Armenian Nuclear Power Plant, Armenia. Marina, my questions. What is it like being a woman engineer at NPP, nuclear power plant?
Thank you. Dear colleagues, conference participants, guests, my students, I know you are tired, and I promise not to take up much time. I express my gratitude for my participation in such a large-scale event, and let me tell you about myself, how I came into the field of science, and a little about my journey. I was born and grew up in the nuclear city, which was built in Soviet times to attract qualified personnel from all over the Soviet Union to work at the nuclear power plant, spanning from the Baltics to Kazakhstan. I grew up in a family of engineers, among engineers. It was in the nuclear city that there was a concentration of scientific and intellectual elite, drawn for the construction and operation of the nuclear station. My parents studied in Nizhny Novgorod at the Polytechnic University, and for me, there was no question where to enroll. It was clear that I had to become a good engineer. I believed that only the Polytechnic Institute has advanced instructors and could supply the country's industry with the complement skilled professionals. And after graduating from my master's degree with honors and beginning my career in the most fascinating department of the Armenian nuclear power plant, I continued my education at the National Research Nuclear University MIFI, where I am a currently graduate student. A distinguishing characteristic of NURNU MIFI is the integration of education, scientific research, and innovation. Right from the start, I became involved in scientific endeavors, aims, and participated in research projects. Working in the team of nuclear power plant director for license extension and the team of general director, along with continuing education and skill development, unquestionably contributed to personal growth. However, when it comes to one's career, it's more challenging. The proportion of women pursuing education in natural sciences is not high. The involvement of women in the nuclear industry should progress because both science and practice show that when women are included in business processes, it has a positive effect. Certainly, support for female students and women starting on education and careers in the scientific and technical field, especially in the nuclear industry, is essential. But above all, interest is important. It is necessary for girls and women to believe in their abilities, to prepare to tackle challenging tasks and choose STEAM professionals. In recent years, there have been many opportunities to engage school children in science and engineering developments. Modern laboratories, quantoriums, academic classrooms are among them. And I couldn't stay away. Together with active women in the nuclear industry, we will implement or support scientific and educational projects. With our participation, popularize modern scientific and technical achievements among students in our city. Our aim is to involve more girls in scientific and technical profession, which is more important than ever for the dynamic development of technology and innovation. Armenia is one of the oldest countries with a unique and complex history. It's important to note that Armenia is a mono-ethnic country, with Armenians comprising 98% of the population. Armenians are among those nations that have managed to preserve and carry through the centuries their core spiritual values, tradition, religion, and national culture. We all understand that Armenia has patriarchal tradition. The majority of the country's residents and her people follow the patriarchal norms. Women's salaries significantly differ from men's and remain significantly lower. Yes, today in our country, women have the same rights as men. However, in comparison to later, they have fewer opportunities. At the same time, since its expansion, the Russian nuclear industry has been far from gender biases. Women alongside men stand at the forefront of new production and important discoveries. They develop powerful weaponry and design nuclear power plants. At the Armenian nuclear power plant, the number of women is no less of men today. However, we see a shortage of women in leadership positions. If the Armenian nuclear industry implements programs to attract and hire women, they can will be able to use their competitive advantages for their talents. It is women who influence the increase in the public acceptance of the nuclear industry, and it is women who are strong in matters of the industrial social development, for example, in shaping a culture of healthy lifestyle. Finally, I would like to add, undoubtedly, the Association of Women of Nuclear Industry is already becoming a social elevator that helps women declare their position, show initiative, and advance in their careers. With the support of Association of Women of the Nuclear Industry, women gain essential information, improvement their competencies, and opportunities for professional and career growth. Dear girls and women, dear all, make your presence for engaging initiatives and the execution of your own projects from social to professional. The range of possibilities is quite extensive. We firmly believe only together we can achieve the highest goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let me suggest use some very short video about our experience in STEAM. Please, start it.
We see a growing demand for technical specialists all over the world, but the underrepresentation of women in STEM remains an urgent problem. International mentoring sessions of the Association of Women for the Nuclear Industry in Russia, Women in STEM, are aimed at combating stereotypes and providing guidance to students in the form of role models of women with achievements in the technical and science field.
What is the effect of mentoring for future career development? The mentoring project empowers young women to embrace STEM careers with self-confidence. Our goal is to normalize a significant rise in female representation within technical fields. The transformative impact is evident in the enthusiasm displayed by project participants from our country.
I learned about
the mentoring sessions at my university, the proportions of women in technical professions is still low, so many of us face a sense of insecurity and we need support. The stories of the mentors and the opportunities to ask them questions inspired us, and we shared experiences with various people and invited them to the project in the STEM profession.
Communication with women leaders creates a supportive environment and helps to overcome the fears and barriers that often areas in women's career development. I looked at my chosen profession, environmental engineer. On the other hand, studying became more interesting for me. I believe in my own strength and the opportunity. I want to make great progress in my country.
We cancel our session. Thank you very much for your participation. And I would like to say, be healthy, be wealthy, and good luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Natalia. We are promising to be healthy and wealthy, and we are sure that luck will be with us. Thank you so much. Give a good round of applause to the speakers of the last session. Thank you so much. You can please proceed to the hall to give a little autograph session. And thank you, Ms. Mutela, for your speech. Be CEO of your life. Before you're leaving, guys, I have a little info especially for you. Please, there's just three little information for everyone here in home. Please, yeah, only after you. Thank you so much. You've been answered.